Get comfortable, pull the blanket up, turn the lights down low. Let everything from today just fall away. For the next 4 hours, we're going somewhere familiar. We're going somewhere familiar. Somewhere you've probably visited 1,000 times without ever really looking closely at what was hiding underneath the surface. We're going to Springfield, and we're going to stay there until you drift off, or until you've seen this town in a way you can never unsee. The Simpsons has been on the air since the 17th of December, 1989. 36 seasons, nearly 800 episodes, the longest-running animated series in American history, the longest-running scripted primetime show ever made. It is, by almost any measurement, the most prolific work of narrative fiction in the history of television. And across every single one of those episodes, across every joke and every callback and every couch gag, something has been quietly building in the background. Patterns that don't resolve. Mysteries that were introduced and never explained. A town that functions according to rules that nobody inside it ever questions, rules that, once you start examining them, point towards something far stranger and far darker than a cartoon about a yellow family in a fictional American city has any right to contain. Tonight, we're going through all of it. Slowly, carefully, without rushing. We'll move through the biggest theories, the buried storylines, the fan-made conspiracies that are so thoroughly supported by canonical evidence that the show's own writers have been forced to address them publicly. We'll talk about radiation and comas and immortality and silence and the architecture of denial. We'll ask questions the characters can't ask because the characters are trapped inside the loop. And we'll do all of it at a pace that lets you drift in and out, picking up wherever you come back to, because every section of tonight's journey tells its own complete story. So settle in. Springfield is waiting. Section 1. The Contamination Zone. What the nuclear plant has done to Springfield. There is a theory about The Simpsons that has been circulating in fan communities for decades. It is not subtle. The evidence for it is not hidden. The show has been laying out this theory piece by piece, episode by episode, for over 30 years. In plain sight, and for most of that time, viewers have looked right at it and accepted it as background noise. The theory is this: the Springfield nuclear power plant has been poisoning the entire town since before the show began. And the physical mutations, the cognitive damage, the behavioral abnormalities, the impossible biology that defines every single resident of Springfield, all of it traces back to a single cracked cooling tower, leaking invisible radiation into the water supply of a community too damaged to notice what's happening to them. Let's build this carefully, because the architecture of this theory is more elaborate than it might initially appear. The plant itself. The Springfield nuclear power plant is a 2-unit pressurized water reactor facility. It sits on the edge of town, its cooling towers visible from almost anywhere in Springfield, dominating the skyline the way a cathedral dominates the skyline of a medieval city. It is the primary source of electrical power for the entire community. It is owned and operated by Charles Montgomery Burns, Springfield's wealthiest resident, a man of indeterminate but clearly extreme age, whose relationship with the plant goes back further than anyone in town can fully account for. By any standard of measurement, regulatory, environmental, medical, or simply common sense, the Springfield nuclear power plant is one of the most dangerous industrial facilities ever depicted in fiction. A surprise safety inspection of the plant once uncovered 342 individual violations. 342. The estimated cost to bring the facility up to code was $56 million. Burns, a man whose fortune runs into the billions, refused to spend it. His refusal was not based on financial inability. He simply declined, because fixing the violations would require acknowledging they existed. And acknowledging they existed would invite questions about what those violations had already done to the people living downwind. The violations themselves are worth dwelling on, because the show describes them in enough specific detail that they cease to function as jokes and start to function as a documented record of environmental crime. Radioactive waste dumped directly into bodies of water. Radioactive waste dumped onto children's playgrounds. Plutonium used as a paperweight on an employee's desk, just sitting there, on a surface, in an office, as though it were an ordinary object. Cooling towers with cracks so severe they had been patched with chewing gum. Luminous rats running through the facility's interior walls, glowing visibly in the dark as they move through the infrastructure of a working reactor. And then there are the skeletons. Human skeletons, found in the basement of the nuclear power plant. The show shows them to you and says nothing about them. No explanation of who those people were. No investigation, no consequence. Just bones in the basement of a facility that employs several hundred Springfield residents, and a camera that lingers on them for a moment before the scene moves on. Nobody asks a single question about it. That's the plant. That's what it is and what it contains. And the man whose literal job description is to stand between that facility and the surrounding community. The safety inspector responsible for ensuring that none of those 342 violations cause a catastrophe is Homer Simpson. Homer Simpson, whose IQ has been canonically stated by the show's own creator to be 55. A man who, in the episode where a doctor removes a crayon from his brain, briefly achieves functional intelligence before choosing to have the crayon reinserted because being smart in Springfield is too painful. A man who sleeps at his workstation, eats donuts during meltdown warnings, and once triggered a nuclear incident by throwing a donut into the reactor core to see what would happen. This is the person standing between Springfield and radioactive catastrophe. He has held that position for over 30 years. He continues to hold it tonight. Blinky and the question nobody asked. The first visible evidence of Springfield's contamination crisis appears in Season 2, in an episode called 2 Cars in Every Garage and 3 Eyes on Every Fish. A fishing trip near the Springfield nuclear power plant produces a fish with 3 eyes. A 3-eyed fish pulled from a river that runs near the reactor. The fish is named Blinky, and for a brief moment, Blinky becomes national news within the show's universe. A gubernatorial candidate uses Blinky as a centerpiece of his campaign, citing it as proof that Burns is poisoning the environment. Burns is forced to eat the fish on live television to demonstrate its safety. The town watches, shrugs, and moves on. Nobody tests the water. Nobody conducts a follow-up study of the river. Nobody goes back to check the other fish. And most critically, nobody asks the question that should have been the first question anyone thought to ask. If the fish in the water near the power plant have grown a 3rd eye, what is the same water doing to the people who drink it? That question hangs in the air over Springfield for the next 30-plus years. The show never answers it directly, but it has been providing evidence toward an answer, episode by episode, since Season 2. Because the answer, when you compile all the available data, is something the show can't quite say out loud, and also something it has been screaming at the audience for 3.5 decades. The answer is the same thing it did to the fish, the Springfield Files, and the glowing man. In Season 8, Episode 10, an episode called The Springfield Files, Homer stumbles home from Moe's Tavern late at night and encounters something in the woods near Springfield. A figure, glowing green, moving with an eerie, shuffling gait, speaking in a soft, haunted voice. Apparently not quite human. Springfield panics. FBI agents Mulder and Scully are called in to investigate. The episode builds for its full runtime toward a dramatic reveal, and when the reveal comes, it lands with a strange combination of comedy and genuine unease. The figure in the woods is not an alien. It is Mr. Burns. Burns has been undergoing a weekly medical treatment so intensive, so saturated with chemicals and radiation therapy, that the regimen causes his body to emit a visible green glow. The treatments keep him alive for exactly 1 more week, at which point he needs another dose or his body begins to fail. After each session, Burns wanders out of the medical facility in a dazed, euphoric state, walking through the surrounding woods like something that has forgotten how to be human. He literally glows in the dark. His body emits visible light from the radiation absorbed during his weekly maintenance protocol. And the residents of Springfield, when they see this glowing figure drifting through the trees near their town, do not think nuclear plant. They do not think radiation. They think alien from outer space. They leap immediately to the most exotic, the most impossible explanation available, completely bypassing the most obvious, the most local, the most physically proximate explanation, which is that the man who owns the nuclear power plant that dominates their skyline is so saturated with radiation that he lights up at night. That is a measure of how thoroughly Springfield has been conditioned against the idea that the plant poses any threat. The denial is so deep, so thoroughly ingrained, that when a glowing figure emerges from the woods a half-mile from the reactor, the town's first instinct is extraterrestrial life. not the facility they drive past every morning on the way to work. The Simpsons movie and federal containment. The most explicit acknowledgement of Springfield's contamination status comes not from the television series, but from The Simpsons movie, released in 2007. By the time of the film, Springfield's environmental contamination has reached a level so critical, so visibly catastrophic, that the Environmental Protection Agency, a real federal regulatory agency operating within the show's universe, determines that the town must be physically contained, not cleaned up, not regulated more strictly, physically sealed under a massive glass dome to prevent its pollution from spreading to the rest of the United States. Let that sit for a moment. The United States government, through one of its own regulatory agencies, looked at Springfield and concluded that the entire town was so toxic, so fundamentally compromised as an environment, that the only viable solution was to seal it off from the rest of the country. Springfield is not just a town with a pollution problem. Springfield is classified as an environmental containment zone by the federal government of the United States. And when the dome goes up, when the EPA physically encloses Springfield inside a giant glass bubble, every single resident is still inside. The families, the children, the elderly. Everyone who has been drinking the water, breathing the air, and living downwind of those cracked cooling towers for the past several decades is still inside when the containment barrier comes down around them. They don't evacuate. They don't even seem to fully process what's happening. They are simply enclosed, contained. The dome seals shut above their heads, and the rest of America drives past on the highway, looking at the glass from the outside, and Springfield's residents continue their lives from inside a federal containment vessel. The residents themselves. Now look at the people. Really look at them. Homer Simpson has a skull shape that does not correspond to any known human anatomy. His eyes bulge out of his head at an angle that no normal ocular structure would permit. He has 4 fingers on each hand instead of 5, a deviation from human biology that would, in any real medical context, indicate a significant developmental abnormality. His IQ, as canonically stated, classifies him as having a severe cognitive disability, and his body is capable of absorbing physical trauma that would kill any ordinary human being multiple times over. Homer has been shot, electrocuted, fallen off cliffs, been struck by automobiles, been caught in explosions, fallen from significant heights, been poisoned, been mauled, been crushed, and survived every single one of these incidents. His healing rate is not just accelerated, it is physiologically impossible. His pain tolerance is not just high, it is outside the range of anything that human biology can account for. He has worked inside a nuclear facility in direct proximity to an active reactor core for the entirety of his adult life. Marge Simpson shows the same bulging eyes, the same 4-fingered hands. Her hair grows straight upward from her scalp in a tower that maintains its exact shape without any visible product or structural support, defying the laws of physics and gravity simultaneously. Marge worked at the Springfield nuclear power plant herself, briefly during the show's run. She was exposed to the same facility, the same violations, the same leaking infrastructure. And all 3 of her children were born after both parents had already been living in Springfield's contaminated environment for years. Bart, Lisa, Maggie, all born in Springfield, all raised in Springfield, all drinking the same water and breathing the same air, and living under the shadow of those cracked cooling towers every day of their lives. And all of them display the same cluster of physical characteristics: spiky hair that maintains its shape without any apparent styling product, overbites, bulging eyes, 4-fingered hands, and the yellow skin. The yellow skin. This is the detail that makes the theory click into place. Because Springfield's residents are yellow. Every single one of them. Their skin is a distinct, uniform, unambiguous yellow that does not occur in any human population anywhere in the world. Jaundice presents differently. Dietary conditions that cause yellowing are localized and vary by individual. What Springfield has is a town-wide, uniform, consistent yellowing of the skin that affects every single person who lives there and nobody who doesn't. Because here is what you notice when guest characters visit Springfield. When celebrities make cameos, when characters arrive from outside the town, they look different, fundamentally different. Their proportions are more natural. Their eyes are more normally positioned. Their skin is not yellow. Their features more closely approximate actual human anatomy. The show draws outsiders with demonstrably more realistic proportions than it draws Springfield residents. The accepted explanation is that this is just the art style. This is just how The Simpsons looks. And in the context of animation production, that's technically accurate. It's a stylistic choice made by the show's designers. But within the logic of the show's own universe, within the world the characters inhabit, there is a visible, observable, consistent difference between people who live inside Springfield and people who come from anywhere else. The people inside the contamination zone look mutated. The people outside it look normal. Even the animals. Santa's little helper, the Simpson family dog, has the same bulging eyes as his owners. The same anatomical proportions that deviate from any real canine. The family cat, Snowball, displays the same characteristics. And Blinky the fish, the very first piece of physical evidence the show produced, has a third eye that the show explicitly connected to the power plant's runoff. Springfield's wildlife is demonstrably, canonically, on-screen mutated by the facility's contamination. The show tells you this directly. It hands you a three-eyed fish and says, "This is what the radiation is doing to living organisms in this environment." And then it expects you to accept that the same radiation has had no effect whatsoever on the humans consuming the same water, breathing the same air, living in the same contaminated ecosystem. Burns knows. The show is explicit about this. Across multiple episodes, across multiple seasons, Burns is not an ignorant bystander to Springfield's contamination. He is its architect and its primary beneficiary. Burns funds private medical research. He maintains a personal team of physicians. He undergoes weekly treatments that manage the accumulated damage of a lifetime spent in extreme proximity to nuclear material. Burns understands radiation biology better than anyone else in Springfield because he is personally dependent on understanding it. His survival literally requires it. He has the resources, the infrastructure, the pharmaceutical capability, and the direct personal experience to know exactly what ionizing radiation does to biological systems over extended periods. He knows what his plant is doing to Springfield because he built the plant, because he owns the plant, because the plant's contamination profile is a consequence of deliberate choices he made and continues to make. He knows what 342 safety violations look like from the inside. He knows where the radioactive waste goes when it is dumped in the river. He knows what happens to the fish, and by extension, he knows what happens to the people. Springfield is not an unfortunate accident. It is Mr. Burns's laboratory. The residents are not his neighbors. They are his unwitting research subjects, living within the contamination footprint of a facility he deliberately keeps unregulated, staffed by a safety inspector he deliberately chose for his incompetence, in a town whose medical establishment his money helps control. And Homer's continued employment is not laziness or sentimentality on Burns's part. It is strategy. When German investors briefly purchased the plant, the very first thing they did was fire Homer Simpson. The second thing they did was commission an assessment of what it would cost to bring the facility up to code. The estimate nearly bankrupted them. Burns bought the plant back immediately and rehired Homer the same day, because a competent safety inspector would shut the plant down within a week, and a shut-down plant stops generating revenue. Homer ensures the violations continue because Homer is too impaired to notice the violations at all. The radiation keeps leaking, the water stays poisoned, and Burns maintains his monopoly over Springfield's power supply, its economy, and by extension, its entire population, a population too cognitively compromised by decades of contamination exposure to fully understand what's being done to them. Homer's crayon and the question nobody thought to ask. In Season 12, the show reveals something that reframes every single thing we knew about Homer Simpson. A doctor removes a crayon from Homer's brain, a crayon that had been lodged in his skull since childhood, physically compressing neural tissue, reducing his cognitive function to levels that qualified as clinical disability. With the crayon removed, Homer's IQ climbs to genius level. He becomes articulate, perceptive, self-aware. He is suddenly capable of understanding his world in ways he never could before. And it makes him miserable. He sees Springfield for what it actually is. He sees his job for what it actually is. He sees the architecture of his own suffering with a clarity that is unbearable. And so he makes a choice that the show presents as both heartbreaking and logically consistent. He has the crayon put back in. He chooses the fog. He chooses the comfortable cognitive cage over the painful freedom of clear sight. But here is the question the show never asks about the crayon. How did it get there? How does a crayon end up lodged in a child's brain in the first place, in a way severe enough to cause long-term cognitive impairment and go completely undetected for decades? Homer saw doctors throughout his childhood. He received medical care throughout his adult life. He visited Springfield's medical professionals for regular checkups, and not a single one of them, across all of those years, found a foreign object in his skull. The possibilities here are limited. Either every doctor in Springfield is so catastrophically incompetent that none of them could detect something that was apparently visible on basic imaging, which is possible, but strains credibility even by Springfield's standards. Or someone knew the crayon was there and chose not to remove it. Someone who had a vested interest in keeping Homer exactly as cognitively limited as the crayon kept him. Someone who needed Homer to remain the kind of person who would sleepwalk through 3 decades of safety violations at a nuclear facility without ever looking up and asking why. If Burns's influence extends into Springfield's healthcare infrastructure, if the doctors are compromised, if the medical establishment of a town that Burns essentially owns has been quietly looking the other way while radiation erodes their patients' neurological function, then Homer's crayon stops being a weird accident and starts being something darker. A deliberate management strategy, a chosen impairment, maintained through institutional negligence, serving the interests of the man who profits most from Homer remaining exactly as he is. The radiation theory doesn't explain one mystery about The Simpsons. It explains all of them. The ageless characters, the impossible resilience, the cognitive fog, the collective amnesia that resets the town after every catastrophe, the three-eyed fish and the glowing billionaire, and the federal containment dome, and the bones in the basement of the reactor. All of it traces back to the plant. It has always traced back to the plant. And nobody in Springfield can see it because the plant already made sure they can't. What the contamination has done to each person. Let's go through the Simpson family one more time, not just cataloging the symptoms, but asking a harder question. What did the contamination take from each of them? What might each person have been if the plant had not been there? Homer is the most obvious case, and once you sit with it, the most heartbreaking. The Season 12 Crayon Revelation is the show's most direct statement about Homer's potential, about what the man behind the damage might have been capable of if the damage had not been done. With the crayon removed, Homer becomes articulate, analytical, capable of complex reasoning, able to perceive and discuss the world with a clarity that none of the other characters can match in that moment. He becomes the most perceptive person in Springfield. He sees his relationships clearly. He sees his job clearly. He sees Burns with a precision that makes their professional relationship suddenly, obviously untenable. He puts the crayon back in. But the episode has already done what it needed to do. It has shown that Homer Simpson, absent the impairments the show has accumulated around him, the crayon, the radiation, the decades of contamination, the emotional damage from his mother's absence might have been someone genuinely remarkable. Not just lovable, not just funny, but remarkable, capable, clear-eyed, the kind of person who looks at Springfield and immediately sees what needs to change. The contamination took that person and replaced him with the Homer we know. The Homer who sleeps at his workstation and tries to see if a donut will grow bigger in a reactor core. The Homer who is loved precisely because he is limited, because his limitations make him safe, make him non-threatening, make him the kind of person you can install in the safety inspector's chair without worrying that he will ever actually inspect anything seriously. Marge's case is different. Marge is not cognitively impaired in the way Homer is. She thinks clearly, plans effectively, and demonstrates emotional intelligence that exceeds everyone around her by a significant margin. But Marge has been diminished in a different way by a domestic situation that keeps her considerable capabilities channeled almost exclusively into managing the consequences of Homer's impairment and the household demands of a family that could not function without her constant vigilance. What would Marge have been in a different town? The show has gestured toward answers across its run. A realtor, an artist, a police officer, a community organizer. Someone whose capacity for leadership and clear assessment of complicated situations was deployed at a scale commensurate with her actual capability. The contamination didn't take Marge's intelligence. It took the circumstances that would have allowed that intelligence to find its full expression. Lisa is the case the show examines most directly and most painfully. Lisa is brilliant, the clearest example in the series of intelligence that the contamination did not significantly diminish, or perhaps amplified the way it appears to have amplified Maggie's. But Lisa's intelligence in Springfield is not an asset. It is the thing that marks her as different, as threatening, as the person who asks the questions that the community has agreed not to ask. What has Lisa's intelligence cost her? The show catalogs it patient across every season. Social isolation? The specific loneliness of being in an environment structurally hostile to what you are. The accumulated damage of being brilliant and repeatedly told, through action and silence, and the specific quality of attention people give or withhold, that brilliance is not what this place rewards. And yet Lisa keeps asking. She keeps fighting. She keeps being the character who notices what needs to be noticed and says what needs to be said, even knowing the outcome, even knowing that the town will dismiss and reset and return to normal by next episode, leaving her exactly where she started. Lisa is the show's conscience. She is also its clearest portrait of the cost of having one. Bart's relationship to intelligence and capability is the most contested in the show. He is consistently described as a troublemaker, a problem student, a person squandering his potential through his own choices. But there are episodes glimpses throughout the run suggesting Bart's situational intelligence, his ability to read a room and navigate complex social dynamics, is actually quite high. He just applies it entirely to transgression rather than achievement, because transgression is the only category of accomplishment that Springfield has ever responded to with anything like genuine attention. Homer wasn't there the way Bart needed Homer to be. Marge was there, but managing Homer and the household consumed the bandwidth a child like Bart required. Springfield's school is underfunded, understaffed, and run by an imposter. The systems that should have caught Bart's capability and found it a constructive direction were as contaminated as everything else. What Bart might have been with a different father, a better school, a town that recognized potential, rather than punishing it, the show has never fully explored this. But the outlines are visible in the places where his intelligence surfaces, despite everything arranged against it. And Maggie, of course, we've already discussed at length. The one the contamination amplified rather than diminished. The one who learned from watching what the contamination did to everyone else, that the safest response to being exceptional in Springfield is to be invisible about it. The Simpson family is not a family of archetypes. They are a family of people who were shaped by a force they cannot see, into configurations that serve someone else's purposes, living the best lives they can within the parameters of what they were made into. The love between them is real. The damage is real. Both are true simultaneously. Both have the same source. The plant, always the plant. The regulatory capture problem. There is one thread in the contamination story that the show has never fully followed, but that the evidence makes unavoidable. At some point in Springfield's history, someone must have noticed, not Homer, who was designed not to notice, not the residents, who have been conditioned against it, but professional outsiders, regulatory officials, people whose job it was to look at exactly this kind of situation and respond. The inspection that found 342 violations was conducted by real inspectors, people with professional obligations, who walked through the facility and documented what they saw. The show tells us the violations exist and that the cost to address them was $56 million and that Burns refused to pay. But it doesn't tell us what happened after that refusal. Were the violations reported to state and federal authorities? Were there follow-up enforcement actions? Was there regulatory pressure that should have escalated but didn't? Were the inspectors who documented the violations transferred, demoted, or otherwise removed from situations where they might pursue the matter? Burns has the resources to make regulatory pressure very expensive. He has demonstrated this across the show's run-buying politicians, controlling local media, shaping the economic conditions that determine whether Springfield's families have income. An inspector who pushes hard against a facility whose owner controls the local economy faces institutional pressures that the regulatory framework was not fully designed to overcome. Springfield is not just a contaminated town. It is a town where the contamination has consumed the institutional infrastructure designed to address contamination, where the regulatory systems are as poisoned as the water, where the people whose job is to notice are among the people least positioned to act on what they notice. The plant didn't just contaminate Springfield's biology, it contaminated Springfield's capacity to respond to its own contamination. The loop is not just physical, it is institutional, and that is what makes it a loop rather than a catastrophe that ends. Section 2. Homer's Coma, the dream that never ended. Everything we just talked about, the radiation, the mutations, the cognitive fog, the impossible biology might be true. It might be exactly as real as the show presents it, or it might be a dream. Specifically, it might be the dream of a man who has been lying unconscious in a hospital bed in Springfield General since April of 1993, while his family sits beside him and waits for him to open his eyes. This is the Homer coma theory, and it is not a fringe idea. It is the single most popular, most debated, most internally consistent fan theory in the history of The Simpsons. It has been discussed in academic circles, addressed by the show's executive producers, engaged with by the writers directly, and quietly built into the fabric of the show in ways that are genuinely difficult to dismiss. The basic premise is simple. Homer Simpson did not wake up from his coma in April 1993. Every single episode that has aired since that date, every storyline, every character arc, every guest appearance, every impossible event, every couch gag is a dream being generated by the mind of a man lying unconscious in a hospital room, slowly losing brain function while the people who love him sit in plastic chairs beside his bed and wait. Let's go through the evidence carefully, because this one deserves its full accounting. The episode that started everything. On the 1st of April 1993, the 18th episode of Season 4 aired. The episode was called So It's Come to This, a Simpsons clip show. The basic premise was that Bart escalated a series of April Fool's pranks on Homer until one of them, an industrial paint shaker applied to a beer, can send Homer to the hospital with injuries severe enough to require bed rest. So far, fairly routine for a Simpsons storyline. But what happens next in that episode is where the theory originates. While Homer is lying in his hospital bed recovering from the paint shaker incident, he spots a vending machine across the room. He tries to retrieve a candy bar from it. The machine tips forward under its own weight, falls on Homer, and puts him into a coma, a real coma. The show is clear about this. It is not a dream sequence, not a cutaway gag, not a brief unconscious moment. Homer Simpson flatlines. His vital signs cease. His family is told he may not recover. He is in a clinically unconscious state that the episode establishes will last for weeks. The episode ends with Homer seemingly waking up. Bart tearfully confesses at his bedside that the whole prank chain was his fault, and Homer springs awake and immediately starts strangling his son. The family laughs, Homer laughs, everything goes back to normal. But in the final moments of that same episode, a doctor informs the family that Homer has lost 5% of his brain function during the coma. 5%, gone permanently, destroyed beyond recovery. And Homer's response to this information is to laugh and to note, in the same breath, that he doesn't understand why he's laughing. The family finds this charming. Nobody finds it alarming. The credits roll and The Simpsons continues for 32 more years, as if the event never happened. Unless it didn't end. Unless Homer never actually woke up at all. Before and after. To understand why the coma theory has such traction, you need to look at what the show was before the coma episode and compare it to what the show became after it. Before Season 4's 18th episode, The Simpsons was a grounded show. Not realistic in a strict sense, it was always a cartoon, always operating with the freedoms that animation allows, but the storylines dealt with recognizable human experiences. Homer tries to quit drinking. Marge considers infidelity. Lisa develops feelings for a substitute teacher. Bart faces the possibility of being held back a year at school. These are everyday family problems. Financial stress, marital tension, academic failure. The show's emotional core was built around situations that real families navigate, filtered through satire and exaggeration, but fundamentally tethered to recognizable human experience. After the coma episode, something fundamental shifts. And the shift is not subtle. Homer goes to space. Burns captures the Loch Ness Monster. Homer forms a vigilante group and takes over Springfield's crime management. Homer joins the Stonecutters, a secret society with world-controlling influence. Homer discovers that his mother, believed dead for decades, is a fugitive radical still being hunted by the federal government. Homer meets God, twice, with actual face-to-face conversation. The show moves from being a family sitcom grounded in economic anxiety to being a show where the main character has traveled to dozens of countries, held hundreds of different jobs, befriended an enormous catalog of celebrities, survived physical trauma that would incapacitate entire military units, and repeatedly encountered the divine, the supernatural, and the extraterrestrial. The escalation is so dramatic that even casual fans of the show notice the tonal shift decades before the coma theory became widely discussed. The internet has been debating when The Simpsons jumped the shark for over 20 years. Every credible analysis of the show's quality trajectory identifies a specific inflection point, a moment where the storytelling stops being grounded and starts being untethered, and most of those analyses land somewhere. In season 4 or 5, the coma theory provides the most precise explanation for that shift. The Simpsons didn't change directions creatively. Homer's brain got worse. And a brain getting worse generates increasingly disconnected, increasingly fantastical, increasingly impossible dreamscapes. The escalation isn't a production decision. It's a symptom of neurological decline. God told Homer his time was coming. 6 months before the coma episode aired, in the season 4 premiere, an episode called Homer the Heretic, Homer has a direct face-to-face conversation with God, an actual theological encounter, presented with the show's characteristic blend of comedy and genuine emotional weight. God visits Homer in a dream and they talk. During that conversation, God tells Homer that he will one day learn the meaning of life. But not yet. His time is coming, God says, but not yet. 6 months later, Homer is in a coma. The timeline matches with a specificity that is difficult to dismiss as coincidence. God appeared to Homer and told him that something profound was coming, that his understanding of life would be fundamentally altered, and half a year later, a vending machine fell on Homer Simpson and his conscious life ended. What the show presents as a theological gag, a quirky one-off bit of divine comedy, reads under the coma theory as a prophecy. God was telling Homer that his waking life was nearly over, that everything that followed would exist in a different register of reality, that the Homer who walked into that hospital room on the 1st of April 1993 was not the Homer who would walk out. And under this reading, Homer never did walk out. His body is still in there. It's only his mind that's been walking around Springfield ever since. Why nobody ages? This is the piece of evidence that the coma theory handles more elegantly than any other explanation available. Nobody in The Simpsons ages. Bart has been 10 years old for 36 years. Lisa has been 8. Homer and Marge haven't gained a wrinkle. Maggie has been 1 year old for as long as the show has existed. This is one of the most discussed quirks of the series, the floating timeline, the permanent present, the characters locked in amber while the world changes around them. Every theory attempts to explain it. The radiation theory argues that the contamination has altered the residents' biology at a cellular level, preventing normal aging processes. The standard industry explanation is that this is simply how long-running animated shows work. The present is always the present. The characters don't age because aging would eventually end the show. The coma theory gives you something different, something that lands harder. Nobody ages because they exist inside the frozen mind of a man who went to sleep in April 1993 and never woke up. Homer's unconscious brain can't imagine his children growing up because he wasn't there to see it happen. His wife doesn't develop new lines on her face because the last time Homer saw Marge, she looked exactly like that, exactly as she looked the day the machine fell. His friends don't change because his memory of them was fixed at the moment the vending machine hit the floor. Homer's coma dream preserves the world exactly as it was on the day he lost it, because that is what unconscious minds do. They lock you in place. They freeze the world at the last moment of your experience and run it forward on an endless loop, filling in the gaps with imagination and ambient input, but always returning to the baseline established at the moment of loss. Every episode since April 1993 is Homer's brain running a simulation of a life he is no longer living. And the simulation can't age the characters because it has no data for what they look like older. It only has the image of Bart at 10, Lisa at 8, Marge at 34, Maggie as a baby. That's all it has. So that's all it shows. Celebrity appearances as ambient stimuli. The coma theory also provides an elegant explanation for one of the most commented upon features of the show's later seasons: the flood of celebrity guest appearances. In the show's early years, celebrity cameos were occasional and felt organic to the story. In later seasons, particularly from season 7 onward, the show becomes progressively more saturated with famous names and famous faces appearing in Springfield, often with minimal narrative justification. Michael Jackson, Paul McCartney, Dustin Hoffman, Mel Gibson, Michelle Pfeiffer, Hugh Jackman, and hundreds more. Springfield becomes, in the post-season 4 era, a magnet for celebrity that bears no resemblance to the grounded industrial American town it was at the show's beginning. The coma theory explains this completely. Homer's comatose brain, lying in a hospital room, is receiving stimuli from the external world. The television in his room is on. Nurses and family members have conversations near his bed. The radio plays. His unconscious mind is passively absorbing ambient media names, voices, cultural references, fragments of the outside world filtering through the fog of unconsciousness, and it is weaving those fragments into the dream. Every celebrity who appears in Springfield is not really in Springfield. They are a voice Homer heard through the walls of his hospital room, or a face his family described while sitting by his bed, translated by his dreaming brain into a character in the ongoing simulation. The later seasons' celebrity saturation isn't a creative choice. It's the natural result of a man's unconscious mind incorporating 30 years of ambient media exposure into an increasingly porous and fantastical dream world. The show acknowledged it. In season 34, in an episode called Lisa the Boy Scout, the show engaged with the coma theory in a way that was simultaneously a direct acknowledgement and a careful denial. A fake deleted scene was circulated, apparently leaked. Apparently a genuine piece of production material in which Homer wakes up from a long coma to discover that every outlandish episode of the series was a dream. The scene was fully animated, fully voiced, completely consistent with the show's visual language and production quality. It depicted Homer waking up in a hospital room, being greeted by his family, and realizing that the entire post-season 4 run of the show had been the product of his unconscious mind. The scene was later revealed to be a deliberate plant, a fake deleted scene created by the show's writers and released as though it were genuine, described as having been inserted by hackers who intercepted the episode before broadcast. The writers insisted it was not canon. They said it was a hoax, a joke, a misdirection, but the fact that they made it at all tells you something significant. The writers know about the theory. They engaged with it seriously enough to animate a full scene addressing it. They showed the audience the version of reality that the coma theory implies. Homer waking up, the dream ending, the loop finally breaking, and then they said, "Just kidding. That's not what happened. Go back to sleep." Which is, depending on your perspective, either a clean denial or an extremely on-the-nose meta-commentary about the nature of the show itself. Al Jean, who has been an executive producer on The Simpsons for most of its run, addressed the coma theory in a 2015 interview. He dismissed it, said it wasn't true, labeled it fan speculation, and moved on. But Al Jean did not explain why nobody ages. He did not account for the specific tonal shift that occurs in the exact season of the coma episode. He did not address the fact that God told Homer his time was coming 6 months before the vending machine fell. He did not explain why the show becomes progressively more surreal and disconnected from recognizable reality with each passing season, exactly as you would expect from a dream being generated by a brain in slow decline. He said it's not true, and the interviewer moved on. But the theory didn't move on, because the theory does something that no official statement, no producer denial, no writer commentary has ever managed to do. It makes the entire show make sense. All of it. From the aging freeze to the tonal shift, to the celebrity flood, to the reset button, to the fact that Homer can survive anything because nothing is actually happening to his body. His body is in a bed. Only his mind is in Springfield. And his mind can't kill him because his mind is the one telling the story, the emotional weight of it. Here is what stays with you after you've considered the coma theory. If Homer has been dreaming since April 1993, then the emotional core of The Simpsons, which the show presents as comedy, is actually something else entirely. It is a dream of love. Homer Simpson lying in a hospital bed, with no guarantee of ever waking up, generating an endless simulation of the only life that matters to him. He doesn't dream of adventure. Well, his brain does generate adventure, because that's what unconscious minds do with too much unsupervised time and too little anchoring information. But the core of every story, the thing the dream always returns to, the baseline state it always resets to, is this. Homer at home, Homer with Marge, Homer with Bart and Lisa and Maggie. Homer in the house on Evergreen Terrace, with the television on and the beer cold and his family around him. That's what he's holding on to. That's what his brain can't let go of. His children never grow up in the dream because he needs them to stay small enough to hold. His wife never changes because she is the fixed point his entire inner world orbits around. His house never alters because it is the only geography his dreaming mind fully trusts. Every episode ends with the family intact because the dream's entire purpose is to keep them intact, to keep the story going, to keep the simulation running, to postpone the moment when the screen goes dark and the dream stops and Homer Simpson has to confront whatever reality is waiting for him on the other side of consciousness. And every time Homer survives something impossible, every fall, every explosion, every encounter with death that should end the story, it's not cartoon logic. It's a dreaming man refusing to let his own dream kill him. His mind won't generate the ending because it's terrified of what happens when the story stops. Homer's coma isn't a nightmare. It's the closest thing to heaven that a man like Homer Simpson could imagine. A house where the kids are always young. A wife who always comes back. A life that always resets. A family he can never lose because the dream will never let him lose them. The coma theory doesn't ruin The Simpsons. It makes every episode an act of love. A man dreaming about the people he can't reach, building the same house over and over in the theater of his own unconscious mind, because they are the only thing in his world that was ever worth dreaming about. What Homer's deepest fears look like when they dream. There is a dimension of the coma theory that the standard treatment tends to move past too quickly. If Homer has been dreaming since 1993, the dream is not random noise. Dreams are not random noise. They are generated by the dreamer's unconscious from the material that mind contains. Fears, wishes, memories, the things it cannot process in waking life and keeps returning to in the dark. What Homer's dream keeps returning to is abandonment. It keeps circling back to the experience of being left. Homer's mother left when he was a child not willingly, but from his perspective as a child, the leaving happened and the explanation never came. His father was present but emotionally unavailable, in the specific way that Abe Simpson has always been emotionally unavailable, providing for the basics while withholding the warmth that Homer spent his entire adult life trying to earn from other sources. The foundation Homer built his adult psychology on was the foundation of a child who reached for something essential and found it absent. And that foundation shapes everything the dream produces. Marge in the dream is always present. She considers leaving in multiple episodes. The threat of her departure recurs across the show's run as one of its most reliable sources of genuine dramatic tension. But she always comes back. She always chooses Homer. The dream cannot permit her permanent departure because Homer's dreaming mind cannot survive it. The panic Homer feels when Marge's presence is threatened goes beyond what you'd expect from someone confident in their relationship. It goes to something deeper, something that reads like the panic of a child rather than an adult, the panic of the original loss, remembered in the body, triggered by the dream generating the scenario that most resembles it. Bart in the dream is always mischievous but never actually gone. He runs away occasionally, threatens to leave, creates chaos that strains the family, but the chaos always resolves. He always comes home. The dream keeps Bart in a perpetual state of rebellion that never escalates to actual departure, because Homer's unconscious mind understands, at some level, that Bart's rebellion is not really about leaving. It is about being seen. And in the dream, Homer always sees Bart in time. Lisa in the dream keeps getting offered exits. Opportunities to leave Springfield for schools that understand her, cities that have room for her intelligence, futures that the town cannot provide. The dream generates these opportunities with regularity and then finds reasons to keep her in Springfield. Academic competitions that go wrong, scholarships to places that don't quite work out. The dream can imagine Lisa's potential but not Lisa's departure because Homer's unconscious mind needs Lisa to still be there when he imagines coming home. The dream is organized around preventing the losses that organized Homer's psychology. Every character is held in place by the specific gravity of Homer's oldest fear, that the people he loves will eventually leave, and that when they do, they won't come back. And that fear, that ancient pre-verbal, pre-language fear, is what keeps the simulation running. It is the energy source that powers the loop. As long as Homer is afraid of losing his family, the dreaming mind keeps generating scenarios in which the family is at risk but is ultimately not lost, in which the danger passes and the family reassembles and the house on Evergreen Terrace is intact for another episode. The loop is not a prison, it is a compulsion. Homer's dreaming mind, like all dreaming minds processing unresolved material, keeps returning to the fear because it cannot resolve the fear. It cannot resolve it because resolution would require Homer to wake up and face the actual outcome, to find out whether his family waited, whether they are still there, whether the loss he has been dreaming about preventing actually happened while he was dreaming. So it doesn't resolve. It runs. Episode after episode, the same family, the same house, the same reassembly at the end of every particular disaster. The fear circling the comfort circling the fear, the loop turning on the same axis it has always turned on since April 1993. A man in a hospital bed, dreaming about the family he is most afraid of losing, in the only way his unconscious mind knows how to protect them, by never letting them go. Before we go any further, let's be clear about something. The show told us who shot Mr. Burns. Season 7, Episode 1. Case closed. The baby did it. Official answer. Fully resolved. Except the case was never actually closed. And the more you examine the evidence, the canonical evidence, the statements made by the characters themselves, the structural inconsistencies in the official story, the more the official answer starts to look less like a solution and more like a cover-up. A deliberate misdirection, built into the architecture of the mystery from the beginning, serving the interests of someone who needed a fall guy who could never be prosecuted. Let's go back to the beginning and build this properly. The summer of 1995. Season 6, Episode 25. Who Shot Mr. Burns? Part 1. This was the summer of 1995, and The Simpsons did something that had never been attempted by an animated television show before. They staged a genuine whodunit cliffhanger, a mystery designed with specific clues embedded throughout the episode, built to sustain a national conversation over an entire summer. Fox promoted it as a cultural event. America's Most Wanted produced a tie-in special, treating the fictional crime as an unsolved case. The show's creators invited viewers to submit their guesses for a contest, with the winner to be animated into a future episode. It was, by the standards of mid-90s American television, a genuine phenomenon, and the premise warranted it, because by the end of Part 1, Mr. Burns had done something unprecedented even by his own extraordinary standards of villainy. He had stolen an oil well discovered beneath Springfield Elementary, gutting the school's budget. He had used his financial leverage to shut down Moe's Tavern. He had created a sinkhole that destroyed the Springfield retirement castle. He had injured Santa's little helper. And as his finale, as the capstone of a campaign of community destruction that had made enemies of virtually every resident of Springfield, he built a device that blocked out the sun. Not as a metaphor, not as a temporary measure. Burns literally stole the sunlight from Springfield, positioning a mechanical disc to blot out the sky over the entire town, ensuring that no resident could generate solar power, grow a garden, or experience natural daylight without his permission. His goal was to force every home and business in Springfield to purchase electricity exclusively from his plant, at whatever price he chose to set. Smithers, Burns's devoted assistant of decades, protested. Burns fired him on the spot. By the time Part 1 concluded, every single person in Springfield had a documented, specific, deeply personal reason to want Burns dead. Homer, because Burns had never once managed to remember his name despite Homer working for him for years. Bart and Lisa, because the school lost its funding. Grandpa Simpson, because the retirement castle was destroyed. Groundskeeper Willie, because he lost his livelihood. Tito Puente, because the music program was eliminated. Moe, because his bar went under. Smithers, freshly fired, his life's purpose stripped from him. The entire town gathered at a public meeting to confront Burns. Multiple characters were shown carrying weapons. The tension was thick enough to be physical. And then Burns was shot. A single gunshot wound. He staggered onto the town sundial and fell, his hands landing on specific letters, W and S. Or, from Burns's own perspective, M and S. An ambulance carried him away. The screen went black. And America had an entire summer to figure out who pulled the trigger. What the show told us? When Part 2 aired in September 1995, the investigation plays out as a comedic procedural. Chief Wiggum and the Springfield Police Department are about as reliable as you'd expect. Smithers confesses almost immediately, but his confession collapses when investigators determine he was blackout drunk during the relevant time window and had actually shot someone else entirely specifically, Old Jasper, in his wooden leg, not Burns. Wrong victim, wrong location, wrong crime. Suspects are eliminated one by one. Skinner has an alibi. Moe has an alibi. Tito Puente provides what might be the greatest alibi in television history, a full musical number explaining that he channeled his rage into the composition of a Latin jazz piece. The investigation stalls until forensics recover an eyelash from Burns's suit. DNA analysis traces it to a Simpson. The evidence begins pointing toward Homer, who had the clearest motive of anyone in town. Burns had been unable to remember his name for years, a humiliation that had pushed Homer to a genuine breaking point. Homer is arrested. He is about to be convicted. And then Burns wakes up from his coma, looks around the hospital room, and identifies his shooter. It was Maggie, baby Maggie Simpson. According to Burns's account, he encountered Maggie in the parking lot after the town meeting. He attempted to take her lollipop. In the ensuing struggle, his gun fell from its holster. Maggie picked it up. The gun discharged. Burns was shot. Chief Wiggum closes the case by observing that no jury would ever convict a baby except, possibly, in Texas. The mystery is resolved. The family goes home. Except it isn't resolved. And the more you look at it, the more the resolution falls apart. The contest nobody won. Start with the contest itself, because this is where the problems begin. Fox invited viewers across America to submit their guesses. The prize was significant animated inclusion in a future episode. Thousands of entries were submitted. The show's creators promised that the answer was knowable from the evidence in Part 1. The clues were there. A careful viewer could work it out. According to the DVD commentary for the episodes, not a single person in the randomly sampled pool of entries guessed the correct answer. Nobody won. The prize was given out anyway to someone chosen randomly from the entry pool, who had not identified the shooter and who therefore received a cash payment instead of the animated appearance, because the actual prize required having the right answer. The show's writers acknowledged on that same DVD commentary that they were aware of exactly one person who had posted the correct answer to a Simpsons newsgroup online on the night the first episode aired. But this person was using a college internet account, and by the time the contest concluded and the production team tried to follow up, the account had been deactivated. They couldn't find the one person who had gotten it right. They issued an open invitation on the DVD release for that person to come forward and claim their prize. As far as anyone knows publicly, they never did. Think about what that means for a moment. The show's creators designed a mystery, embedded specific clues in Part 1, and then when the answer was revealed, essentially nobody in America had correctly followed those clues to the right conclusion. Either the clues were inadequate, or the red herrings were too effective, or the answer did not logically and cleanly follow from the available evidence the way the show claimed it did. These possibilities are not mutually exclusive. The sundial problem. Burns falls on the sundial. His hands come to rest pointing at the letters W and S. The show presents this as the central piece of physical evidence in the mystery, the dying man's attempt to communicate the identity of his attacker. M and S, from Burns's perspective. M for Maggie, S for Simpson. Except Burns himself, when he regains consciousness and gives his account of the shooting, explicitly states that his hands landing on those letters was not intentional. He did not deliberately position himself on the sundial to spell out his attacker's initials. He fell. The letters were underneath his hands when he landed. The sundial clue, the piece of evidence that the show hangs the resolution on, the detail that supposedly confirms Maggie's guilt, is described by the victim himself as a coincidence. The central clue is meaningless, as described by the person it supposedly came from. The gun was already missing. There is a detail in part 1 that is easy to miss on first viewing, but that becomes extremely significant once you notice it. Shortly before the shooting takes place, Burns's holster is shown to be empty. His gun is already gone before he is shot. This means the shooter did not bring their own weapon to the town meeting. The shooter used Burns's gun, which they had obtained from his person at some point before the attack. And this narrows the suspect field significantly because many of the people at that meeting were already carrying their own weapons. Homer had a gun. Multiple townspeople were shown with firearms. The person who shot Burns was not one of the people who came prepared to shoot someone. They were a person who was unarmed when they arrived, who encountered Burns's weapon by chance or through proximity, and who used it opportunistically. A baby finding a gun on the ground fits this profile, but so does roughly a dozen other people who weren't carrying weapons that evening. "Oh, it's you." Burns's last words before the gunfires are 4 words that should have derailed the entire investigation. He looks at whoever is standing in front of him, whoever is holding the gun, and he says, "Oh, it's you." Not a surprised outcry, not a frightened reaction. Not the response of a man confronted unexpectedly by an assailant. "Oh, it's you" is the greeting of a person who recognizes someone they already know, someone they have encountered before, someone whose presence in that location is not entirely a surprise. It carries the specific inflection of mild recognition of seeing someone familiar in a situation that is perhaps unexpected, but not shocking given who the person is. Burns barely recognizes Homer Simpson. Homer has worked for Burns for his entire adult life, and Burns repeatedly and genuinely cannot remember Homer's name, his face, or any specific detail about him. The idea that Burns would look at Homer and greet him with the warm recognition of, "Oh, it's you," as though encountering a familiar presence already strains credibility. But the idea that Burns would look at a baby he has no documented prior relationship with, a baby he has never interacted with in any meaningful canonical way, and respond to her presence with the casual recognition of, "Oh, it's you," as though greeting a familiar acquaintance makes even less sense. "Oh, it's you," implies a prior relationship. It implies that the person holding the gun is someone Burns knows, someone whose presence in his life, even in this context, carries a flavor of recognition. Homer's Season 18 confession. Here is the detail that should have reopened the case and somehow did not. In Season 18, Homer claims, on camera, that he was actually the one who shot Mr. Burns. He states it plainly. He does not hedge or qualify it. He simply says, "He did it. He shot Burns." Nobody reacts. Nobody investigates. Nobody contacts the Springfield Police Department, which is admittedly not a rigorous law enforcement institution, but still, nobody says, "Wait, the case is closed. We established who did this. Why is Homer claiming responsibility?" The confession lands in the narrative and passes through it like it was never there. Homer confesses to the attempted murder of the town's most powerful resident, and the show treats it as a throwaway line. Either Homer is lying, which is completely consistent with his character. He lies for attention. He exaggerates for effect. It is genuinely possible that Homer, years after the shooting, decided to claim credit for it because claiming credit for things is something Homer does. Or the original verdict was wrong, and Homer knows it's wrong because he was there and he knows what actually happened. If Homer did it, then Maggie was framed. A baby was identified as the person responsible for a crime committed by her father. The DNA evidence, the eyelash on Burns's suit that pointed to a Simpson, was real. It pointed to the right family. But it pointed to the wrong Simpson. The Marge theory, one of the most compelling alternate readings of the shooting evidence, comes from a line of argument that centers not on Homer, but on Marge. Consider what Burns did to Marge's family and community in the weeks leading up to the shooting. He destroyed her children's school. He injured her family dog. He stole the sun from the town where her children live and go to school and breathe the air and drink the water. He dismantled the retirement facility where her father-in-law lives. He systematically targeted every institution and every relationship that Marge values, driven by the purest possible expression of unchecked greed. Marge Simpson is not a passive character. She is deeply devoted to her family. She is capable of decisive action when her children are threatened. The show has depicted her doing difficult, unexpected things when the people she loves are in danger. Burns also has a canonical history with Marge. In the episode Marge Gets a Job, Burns develops an infatuation with Marge during her brief employment at the plant. He is charmed by her, drawn to her, attentive to her in ways he is not attentive to virtually anyone else in Springfield. He remembers Marge. He sees Marge. He registers her as a specific individual in a way he does not register most people. If Marge was the one holding the gun, if Marge was the person Burns recognized when he said, "Oh, it's you," then his identification of Maggie as the shooter was not a mistake. It was a choice. Burns, recovering from a gunshot wound, looked at the evidence, considered what he knew, weighed the question of who he wanted to implicate, and named the one person in the Simpson family who could never be prosecuted. Not the woman he had been infatuated with. Not the wife of the man who worked for him. The baby. An infant who cannot be tried, cannot be convicted, cannot be punished, and who will never remember being accused. Chief Wiggum says it himself in the episode. No jury in the world would convict a baby. Burns, if he was protecting Marge, chose the perfect cover. The most convenient fall guy in the history of Springfield. An infant, too young to deny the accusation, too young to contradict Burns's account, and too young to ever face any consequence for a crime she may not have committed. The final shot. The episode ends with Maggie alone in the room after everyone else is gone. She looks around. She checks to confirm that nobody is watching. And then she moves her pacifier in a motion that deliberately mimics pulling a trigger. The show presents this as confirmation. Maggie did it, and she knows what she did. But there is another reading of that final shot. Maggie, who the show consistently depicts as having extraordinary perceptual intelligence, witnessed the shooting. She was there. She saw what happened. And she is, in that final moment of the episode, replaying what she saw the way young children replay events they have witnessed, imitating the actions of adults in an attempt to process something they don't yet have the language to understand. She's not confessing. She's remembering. The alternate Smithers ending was fully animated, fully produced. The show made it, showed it to audiences in the 138th episode Spectacular, and then had Troy McClure dismiss it by saying it wouldn't have made sense because ignoring the Simpson DNA evidence would be his exact words, downright nutty. A clear and direct reference to the O.J. Simpson trial, which had concluded that same year, in which a jury had done exactly that, set aside DNA evidence to reach an acquittal. The show is winking at you. It is telling you, through Troy McClure's dismissal of the alternate ending, that ignoring DNA evidence is something that happens. That official verdicts and actual truth are not always the same thing. That the case being closed does not mean the case was solved. The greatest mystery in Simpsons history was never actually solved. It was closed. And in Springfield, those are two very different things. What the shooting tells us about Springfield's justice system. Step back from the specific question of who shot Burns and look at what the investigation reveals about how justice functions or fails to function in Springfield. Chief Wiggum is the show's portrait of institutional law enforcement as a mechanism that produces the appearance of justice rather than justice itself. He is not corrupt in a simple or explicit way. He is not on Burns's payroll, not suppressing evidence for money, not running a deliberately rigged investigation. He is something more realistic and in some ways more disturbing. A man whose limited capability, combined with a system that rewards closure over accuracy, produces outcomes that are wrong without anyone in the system having necessarily intended the wrongness. Wiggum solves cases the way Springfield forgets catastrophes through the path of least resistance. The path that produces a clean resolution, that allows the machinery of civic life to continue operating, that doesn't require anyone to do anything uncomfortable or expensive or politically risky. When the evidence points toward a baby, the case closes. Not because Wiggum is certain the baby did it, but because the baby is the cleanest possible suspect, legally untouchable, narratively satisfying, requiring no further action. This is not unique to Springfield. This is how institutional justice tends to function when the interests of power are involved. The investigation that most threatens the town's economic and political stability, an investigation that followed the evidence toward Homer, and through Homer toward the deal between Abe and Burns, and through that deal toward the full history of what Burns has done to the Simpson family and to Springfield, was abandoned in favor of the outcome that required the least disruption. Maggie is the least disruptive conclusion available. She is, in the most literal possible sense, exactly the kind of fall guy that power structures throughout history have relied upon. Someone too powerless, too young, too inarticulate to effectively resist being assigned responsibility for something they may or may not have done. The shooting mystery is not just a whodunit. It is a parable about how blame gets assigned in communities where power protects itself. It is the show saying, in the framework of a mystery narrative, what it says everywhere else in the framework of satire, that the official verdict and the actual truth are not the same thing, and that in Springfield, it is the official verdict that governs. The case is closed. The baby did it, there is nothing more to discuss. And in the Springfield that has made it illegal to mention the Tamzarian truth, in the Springfield that watched 342 safety violations go unaddressed for decades, in the Springfield that watched Burns block out the sun and decided that was something you could come back from closing the case, is more than sufficient. Truth is for towns that can afford it. Springfield has always had other priorities. How old is Mr. Burns? The show has given various answers to this question across its 36-year run, and none of them are consistent with each other, and all of them point in the same direction. Every version of the Burns timeline places his birth somewhere in the late 1800s. He has referenced personal memories from before the turn of the 20th century. He has described first-hand experience of historical events from the 1910s and 1920s. He has spoken of working relationships with people who died before most of the show's audience was born. By the most conservative estimate, Burns is over 100 years old. By the most generous reading of the show's contradictory continuity, he may be closer to 140. And he does not simply exist at this age. He functions. He runs a multi-billion-dollar corporation. He manipulates municipal politics with a sophistication that suggests not just intelligence but institutional experience, a deep understanding of how power operates at the local and national level, accumulated over a lifetime that predates every living person's frame of reference. He orchestrates schemes requiring sustained cognitive effort, long-term planning, and a working comprehension of modern technology, modern finance, and modern legal structures. His physical body is frail. Yes, his strength is nearly non-existent, and he requires Smithers' assistance for most physical tasks, but his mind is razor-sharp. Mr. Burns is arguably the most strategically intelligent character in Springfield, operating at a level of ruthless effectiveness that nobody else in the town can approach. He has been doing this for longer than any human being should be capable of sustained consciousness. So how is he still here? The treatment? The Springfield Files episode gives us the most direct canonical information we have about Burns's longevity mechanism. Burns undergoes a weekly medical regimen so intense that it causes his body to emit a visible green glow. The treatment keeps him alive for exactly 7 more days. Without it, he dies. The margin for error is 0. His life is not sustained by normal biological processes. It is maintained through scheduled medical intervention, administered on a weekly schedule with the precision of an industrial maintenance protocol. Burns is kept alive the way a machine is kept running, through regular servicing, applied by people who understand the machine's specific requirements and who have the technical expertise to deliver the right maintenance at the right time. And the treatment involves radiation. Of course it does. The man who owns a nuclear power plant, whose facility has been leaking radioactive material into Springfield's water supply for decades, whose employees work in direct proximity to an active reactor core, is personally dependent on controlled radiation exposure to maintain his own biological function. Burns has been managing radiation in his body, in his facility, and in his community for over a century. His relationship with nuclear material is the defining feature of his existence. He profits from it, he requires it, he is sustained by it, and he has spent his entire life ensuring that it remains available to him regardless of what it costs the people around him. Burns is not just profiting from radiation, he is powered by it. Three Stooges syndrome. In one of the most famous scenes in the series, Burns visits a doctor for what he presents as a routine physical. The doctor's diagnosis is extraordinary. Burns, the physician informs him, has every disease known to medical science. Every single disease simultaneously, all of them, present in his body at the same time, in a state of perfect biological equilibrium, each illness canceling out the effects of every other illness. The doctor calls it Three Stooges syndrome. comparing it to the scenario of three people all trying to fit through a narrow doorway simultaneously. None of them can get through. Burns's diseases are all attempting to kill him at once, and the competition between them creates a deadlock that prevents any single condition from gaining the momentum it would need to actually kill him. This is presented as a comedy bit. It is one of the show's most quoted scenes, delivered with perfect deadpan timing and immediately followed by jokes. But if you sit with the information for a moment, if you take the diagnosis seriously as a piece of canonical medical data within the show's universe, it describes something genuinely terrifying. Burns has every human disease. Not some diseases, not many diseases. Every disease. His body is a walking, functioning biological catastrophe, sustained in functional equilibrium by some mechanism that the doctor acknowledges but cannot explain through conventional medical theory. The radiation maintenance theory provides the explanation the doctor doesn't have. The weekly treatments are not curing Burns's diseases, they are managing them. The controlled radiation dose, administered on a precise weekly schedule, maintains the equilibrium that keeps all of Burns's illnesses in perfect stasis, balanced against each other, none able to advance, none able to recede, all frozen in the gridlock that passes for his health. His body is a reactor. His weekly treatment is the equivalent of adjusting the control rods to prevent a meltdown. Remove the treatment, and the equilibrium collapses. Every disease surges forward simultaneously, and Burns has 7 days before the cascade reaches critical mass. Smithers as medical infrastructure. Waylon Smithers is typically understood as Burns's devoted assistant, a man whose entire life is organized around the service and protection of his employer, driven by a complex mix of professional loyalty, personal devotion, and an emotional dependency that the show treats with varying degrees of compassion and comedy. But under the Burns immortality theory, Smithers is something more specific than an assistant. He is Burns's life support system. Smithers manages Burns's schedule. He knows every appointment, every treatment, every medical protocol. He monitors Burns's physical condition with an attention and vigilance that borders on clinical obsession. He is the only person in Springfield who fully understands the specific requirements of Burns's survival protocol, who knows when the weekly treatment needs to happen, who ensures Burns makes the appointment, who recognizes the warning signs of a missed dose and responds accordingly. The show has established repeatedly, across many seasons, that without Smithers, Burns would be helpless. Not emotionally helpless, though that dimension is also present. Physically helpless, clinically helpless. The moment Smithers is removed from the equation is the moment Burns's maintenance schedule breaks down. A missed treatment means the disease equilibrium begins to fail. 7 days later, every illness in Burns's body moves at once. Smithers doesn't stay because he loves Burns. Smithers stays because he knows that leaving is a death sentence. His presence is not optional. His logistical competence is the mechanism that keeps Burns alive. He is not employed by a powerful man. He is, functionally, a component of a life extension system that requires his continuous operation. And Burns knows this. Burns understands that Smithers's devotion, whatever its emotional character, is also his primary defense against mortality. This knowledge shapes the dynamic between them in ways the show occasionally surfaces and then retreats from. A relationship of genuine mutual dependency, dressed in the clothes of employer and servant. Historical depth. The show has, across its run, built up a portrait of Burns's personal history that places him at or near the center of an extraordinary number of significant American events. He attended Yale. He served in World War II, in a role the show describes as morally questionable at best. He stole a $1 trillion bill from the United States government during that war and kept it hidden for decades. He interacted with Howard Hughes. He was present for events during the Gilded Age, not as history he has read about, but as experience he lived through. His family's wealth predates the Industrial Revolution. The Burns dynasty is depicted as one of the oldest and most continuously powerful lineages in American history. They did not merely accumulate wealth. They built infrastructure, physical systems that entire populations became dependent on, and then charged those populations to access what they had built. The power plant is not an aberration in the Burns family's history. It is the most recent iteration of a business model that has been operating in essentially the same form for generations. The question this history raises is one the show never directly addresses. If Burns is uniquely sustained through extraordinary means, is he unique? Or is the longevity itself a family trait? Have the Burns patriarchs, across the centuries of their dynastic continuity, always found methods to extend their hold on power beyond what any individual human lifespan should allow? Before nuclear radiation? Before modern pharmaceutical intervention? Before any of the technology that currently maintains Burns's weekly treatment schedule, did earlier generations of the Burns family employ other approaches? Did the dynasty's continuity across centuries require methods we can only speculate about? The show doesn't answer this. It simply presents as established fact that the Burns family has maintained continuous control of their fortune for longer than most American institutions have existed. And that kind of continuity does not happen through ordinary generational succession. It requires something extraordinary. Whether that something is wealth, strategy, ruthlessness, or something else entirely, the show leaves the question open, which is, in its own way, more unsettling than any specific answer it could give. The closed loop of Springfield's dependency. Here is the final piece of the Burns immortality puzzle, and it is the one that makes the whole arrangement genuinely frightening. Springfield needs Burns to be alive. The town's economy is built on the power plant. The plant requires Burns's continued ownership and management to function, not because no one else could technically run it, but because Burns's absence would immediately trigger a reckoning the plant's finances could not survive. The legal exposure alone, from 342 unaddressed violations, would be existential. Burns needs his weekly treatments to be alive. The treatments require pharmaceutical infrastructure that Burns's wealth provides. Burns's wealth requires the plant to continue operating. The plant requires the violations to continue. The violations require Homer in the safety inspector's chair. Homer in that chair requires the deal between Burns and Grandpa Simpson, which was struck in secret and never explained to Homer. Everything feeds everything else. Burns, the plant, the contamination, Homer's impairment, the deal, the silence, it is a closed loop. Self-sustaining. Every component maintains every other component. The loop cannot be broken from inside because every person inside it is both a victim of the system and a necessary piece of its operation. Springfield cannot kill Burns because Springfield cannot function without the thing Burns owns. Burns cannot die because dying would mean the system he built would finally have to answer for what it's done. The loop keeps running. It has been running for over a century. And the man at the center of it, the man who glows in the dark and remembers the Spanish-American War and has every disease simultaneously and cannot be killed by any of them, is too expensive to die. He will keep the lights on in Springfield for as long as his treatment schedule holds, which, if the system maintains itself, will be forever. What Burns's century of watching has given him, there is something that none of the other characters in Springfield has, that Burns has in abundance, and that explains a dimension of his power beyond his money and his institutional connections. He has been paying attention for a very long time. Burns has watched families like the Simpsons for generations. He has watched employees like Homer come and go, or rather, in Homer's case, come and stay, because the deal with Grandpa ensures that Homer stays. He has watched communities like Springfield cycle through the same patterns of denial and catastrophe and reset. He has a century and a half of accumulated observation of how communities respond to the specific conditions he creates in the places where he operates. He knows that people in economic dependency will tolerate extraordinary conditions rather than risk the instability of losing the source of that dependency. He knows that regulatory systems can be managed through the judicious application of financial and political pressure at their key vulnerability points. He knows that communities are willing to vote to forget things that are too expensive to remember. He has watched all of this happen over and over in Springfield and presumably in other places he has operated before Springfield, and his operational approach reflects the accumulated wisdom of a man who has had 140 years to refine his understanding of how human communities work. Burns is not smart in the way that raw intelligence produces smart. He is smart in the way that sustained observation of the same patterns across an extraordinary period of time produces something more durable than intelligence. A completely accurate model of what people will and won't do, what they can and can't be made to accept, where the leverage points are in any human system, and how to apply pressure to them effectively. Homer is not the only person in Springfield who has been optimized for Burns's purposes. The entire town has been optimized. Every institutional relationship, every economic dependency, every social norm that makes it difficult to challenge the status quo, all of it has been shaped over a very long time by a man who understood exactly what he was doing and had the patience to do it at the pace that produced permanent results. That is what a century and a half of watching buys you, not immortality. Something more useful, the knowledge of how to build systems that maintain themselves after you've built them. Burns doesn't have to actively manage Springfield anymore. He built it right the first time. The loop runs on its own. He just has to show up for his weekly treatment and watch the clock. The question of what Burns actually wants. The show presents Burns as a villain in the tradition of great animated antagonists, broadly drawn, gleefully malevolent, a cartoon of concentrated corporate evil. He wants money and power and the subjugation of the people around him. This is the surface. Underneath the surface, there is something the show has occasionally surfaced and then retreated from, something that sits in a specific register between comedy and tragedy. Burns is lonely. Not in the way that ordinary people are lonely. Not in the way that produces a need for connection that might be addressed through human relationships. Burns is lonely in the specific, incurable way that comes from outliving everyone you ever knew as an equal, from operating at a level of power so absolute that genuine relationship becomes impossible, from having been alive long enough that the category of person who might understand your experience has no living members. Burns has outlived every person he grew up with, every rival, every person who might have been, under different circumstances, his peer. He exists in a present populated entirely by people who were born decades after he had already made himself into what he is. He cannot have a conversation that assumes shared historical experience with anyone currently alive. He cannot reference his past without it being received as history rather than memory. Smithers is the closest thing Burns has to genuine connection, and the relationship is irreparably structured by power. Burns holds Smithers's entire existence in his hands. That is not a relationship of equals. It is a relationship of profound asymmetry that the emotional dimensions of Smithers's devotion cannot fully compensate for. The loneliness doesn't make Burns sympathetic. It doesn't change what he has done to Springfield or to the Simpson family or to the hundreds of people whose lives have been diminished by his choices. But it adds a dimension to the immortality question that the show rarely addresses directly. Being alive for 140 years, with all the resources in the world and no one who actually knows you, is not obviously preferable to a normal human lifespan. Burns may be too expensive to die, but the cost may not be only to Springfield. It may also be to Burns himself. For the first 6 seasons of The Simpsons, Homer's mother was dead. That was the established fact, the accepted history, the foundational tragedy at the center of Homer Simpson's character. Abe Simpson had told Homer his mother died when Homer was young. He showed Homer a grave. Homer grieved, in the way Homer grieves everything not with sustained introspection, because Homer's capacity for that kind of emotional processing is limited, but with a background sadness that manifested as a particular species of emotional neediness. A desperation for approval that ran through everything Homer did, a clinginess to Marge that went beyond love into dependency. A terror of abandonment that made him willing to endure almost any humiliation rather than risk losing the stability of his family. Homer Simpson's entire personality is, on some level, a coping mechanism built around maternal loss. Everything he reaches for, the food, the beer, the desperate need to be liked by everyone around him, the willingness to absorb abuse from his employer, the compulsive self-destruction, followed by compulsive self-repair, it all reads as the behavior of someone filling an absence they never fully understood or accepted. And in Season 7, the show revealed that the absence was manufactured, that the loss was a lie, that the grave Abe showed Homer held not his mother's body but the body of Walt Whitman, the poet, and that Abe had been pointing at a famous writer's headstone as a stand-in for his dead wife's burial site for the entirety of Homer's childhood. Homer's mother was not dead. She had never been dead. She had been hiding. Mother Simpson. The episode is called Mother Simpson. It aired the 19th of November, 1995, and it is considered by many fans and critics to be among the greatest episodes The Simpsons ever produced. The emotional register it achieves, moving from absurdist comedy to genuine heartbreak over the course of a single half hour, represents the show operating at the peak of its expressive capacity. Homer discovers, through an accidental encounter with municipal death records, that his mother is listed in Springfield's bureaucratic system as alive. He finds her at the cemetery, visiting what she believes is her son's grave. They do not recognize each other at first. He has become someone she did not know. She has become someone he never got to know. And when they finally establish who they are to each other, the reunion is one of the most quietly devastating scenes the show has produced. Two people separated for 27 years, finding each other beside a headstone that belongs to neither of them. Then Mona tells Homer the truth about why she left. She did not die. She did not leave because she stopped loving him. She left because staying would have endangered Homer and Abe both. Because the man who owned the power plant, the man whose name was on Homer's paychecks 30 years later, had destroyed her life and forced her underground. The story goes back to 1969. The Biological Weapons Lab. Mona Simpson, in 1969, was an ordinary woman, married to Abe, mother to a young son named Homer. Living a quiet life in Springfield while the world outside was burning through the civil rights movement, the counterculture, the escalating American involvement in Vietnam. Something changed. Mona was radicalized. She joined a group of activists, the show calls them hippies, with characteristic affection, but it also makes clear that the cause they were pursuing was legitimate. The group targeted a biological weapons laboratory owned by Mr. Burns. Let that fully register. Burns didn't just own a nuclear power plant. He owned a facility for manufacturing biological weapons. Germ warfare research, conducted in Springfield, the same town where he would later build a nuclear reactor with 342 safety violations and dump radioactive waste on children's playgrounds. Burns was producing weapons-grade pathogens in the community where Homer Simpson was growing up, where children played, where families lived their lives in complete ignorance of what was being synthesized in a lab down the road. Mona and her group broke in. They deployed what the show describes as an antibiotic bomb, destroying the biological agents stored inside. The raid was successful. The weapons were neutralized. In the chaos, they accidentally cured the asthma of the security guard. They encountered a man who would later become Springfield's police chief, Clancy Wiggum, and fled into the night. But Mona made one mistake. As the group escaped, she stopped to help someone who had been knocked down in the commotion. That someone was Mr. Burns. She stopped to help the man whose weapons she had just destroyed. She helped him to his feet, and Burns saw her face. He identified her. He reported her to the FBI. From that moment, Mona Simpson was a fugitive. She could not go home. She could not contact her family. She could not hold Homer or explain to him that she loved him and that she was leaving because leaving was the only way to keep him safe. She kissed him goodnight while he slept and walked out of his life, and he never knew she had been there. Homer woke up, and his mother was gone. Burns pursued her. Here is where the conspiracy deepens into something more structured than a simple act of personal revenge. Burns did not simply identify Mona to the FBI and consider his obligation discharged. He pursued her. He maintained an active, decades-long campaign to ensure she could never return to her family. He held a personal grudge against a woman who had destroyed his weapons program, and he deployed the full extent of his resources, his connections, his influence, his ability to reach into government institutions and activate them in service of his personal interests to make sure Mona could never come home. When Mona finally returns to Springfield in Season 7, Burns recognizes her almost immediately. He spots her through a cab window on a street after 27 years. He calls the authorities. The FBI arrives at the Simpson house. Mona has to flee again. Homer has to say goodbye to his mother for the second time, and this time he knows why she left. He knows who forced her out. He knows that the man responsible is his own employer. Homer works for Burns. Homer has worked for Burns his entire adult life. Homer earns his living, feeds his family, and maintains his existence in Springfield on the salary of a man who destroyed his family. A man who saw his mother's face and sent the FBI after her. A man who kept her underground for 27 years. A man who, when she finally came back, sent her running again. And Homer doesn't fully connect the dots. He doesn't quit. He doesn't confront Burns. He doesn't even appear to fully process the relationship between the person who signs his checks and the person who stole his mother. His inability to make this connection is not played as a joke. It is played as quiet tragedy. Because Homer Simpson is not capable of making connections like that. His brain doesn't function at the level required to trace those threads back to their source. The crayon, the radiation, the decades of cognitive erosion, Homer is too damaged to understand the architecture of his own suffering. And that damage was not accidental. The engineered employee. Burns didn't just ruin Mona's life, he engineered Homer's. By driving Mona away when Homer was a child, Burns ensured that Homer would grow up emotionally compromised in precisely the ways that serve Burns's interests most effectively. A man shaped by maternal abandonment becomes a man desperate for stability, terrified of losing what little security he has found. A man who will absorb humiliation and abuse from his employer rather than risk the instability that comes with leaving. A man who does not quit, who does not challenge authority, who does not look too closely at what his job requires of him or what his employer is doing with the compliance it demands. Homer doesn't work at the nuclear plant because he's incapable of finding better employment. Homer works at the nuclear plant because Burns broke him as a child, and the broken version of Homer is exactly the employee Burns requires. Compliant, obedient, grateful for any scrap of recognition, constitutionally incapable of meaningful resistance. The perfect human installation in the safety inspector's chair. A man whose entire psychology is oriented toward maintaining the relationship with his employer at any cost. The grandpa deal. The show confirms the full depth of this conspiracy in a later episode. It is revealed that Abe Simpson and Burns struck a private agreement. Burns had committed a crime, the nature of which the show handles with its characteristic vagueness, leaving the specific transgression implied rather than stated, and Grandpa discovered it. Rather than report it, rather than expose it, Grandpa negotiated. In exchange for his silence, Burns guaranteed Homer lifetime employment at the plant. No matter what Homer did, no matter how many mistakes he made, no matter how many times his performance should have resulted in termination, Homer would keep his job. Burns would ensure it. The deal was sealed in silence, maintained in secrecy, and never explained to Homer because explaining it would require explaining everything: the weapons lab, the raid, Mona's flight, the FBI, the 27 years of manufactured absence. Homer has 742 documented errors on his employment record, 742 occasions on which his performance should have resulted in dismissal, and he has never been permanently fired because the deal protects him. His job security is not a cartoon convenience. It is a contractual obligation brokered between his father and his mother's persecutor. And Homer has spent his entire adult life believing that he keeps his job because Burns is forgetful, or because the plant needs him, or through some combination of luck and institutional inertia. He has never known that his employment is a payment made to his grandfather for a silence that his grandfather chose to maintain. 3 generations. Abe's silence, Mona's sacrifice, Homer's impairment, all of it brokered by one man's grudge against a woman who stopped to help him up from the floor of a building she had just bombed. Mona's death. Mona Simpson dies in a later season. Her death scene is one of the most quietly devastating things the show has produced in its entire run. It is not a comedic death. It is not a dramatic death. It is a simple, human, irreversible death. Homer sits beside her. He holds her hand. He watches the mother he barely knew slip away for the last time, and the camera does not cut away, and there is no joke, and the episode does not reset. It simply shows you a man losing his mother for the second time, and the weight of all the years that were taken from both of them pressing down on the scene until it is almost impossible to watch. The show handles death differently in this moment than it handles almost anything else. Springfield forgets catastrophes between episodes. Characters who die in regular storylines are sometimes forgotten. The reset button is one of the most reliable features of the show's narrative architecture, but Mona's death is different. It happens and it stays happened. It is treated with a weight and a permanence that the show rarely applies to anything. Why? The answer might be that the show understood, at some level, that this death could not be made forgettable without collapsing the entire emotional structure that the Mona storyline had built over multiple seasons. To have Homer forget his mother's death, or to have it reset by the next episode, would be to say that everything the show had communicated about what Mona meant to Homer, what her absence had cost him, what her return had given him and then taken away was not actually meaningful. that the show had not been telling a real story when it told the story of Mona Simpson. The show could not say that, because the Mona story is one of the truest things the show has produced. It is the closest the show has come to directly articulating what Burns's presence in Springfield has cost the Simpson family, not just economically, not just through the contamination, but at the level of human relationship, of family, of the specific irreplaceable thing that a child loses when a parent is taken away before their time. Homer lost 27 years with his mother. He got some of them back. At the end, he got to know who she was, got to understand why she left, got to have a relationship, however abbreviated, with the person he had mourned as dead for his entire childhood. And then he lost her again, this time permanently. That is the full cost of Burns's grudge. That is what it means for a man of extraordinary power to pursue a grudge against a woman who helped him up off the floor of a building she had just bombed. Not just the years of exile, not just the distance, not just the manufactured grief, but the final accounting. An old woman in a hospital bed, and the son who never got to know her properly, holding her hand as time runs out. The Simpsons is a comedy. It has always been a comedy. But underneath the jokes, underneath 36 seasons of Homer falling down and getting back up, there is this story. A family systematically dismantled by one man's power and one town's inability to resist it. A mother who fought back and lost everything. A grandfather who made a deal with the enemy and buried the truth for decades. A son who inherited the consequences and never understood why his life felt so heavy. Burns won. Burns always wins. Because in Springfield, the man with the money writes the rules. And the rules say Homer Simpson will work at the plant until he dies because his grandfather made a deal, and because his mother made a choice, and because the richest man in town needed a broken man in Sector 7G. And Homer was broken before he ever clocked in. What Mona's story means for the whole show. The Mona Simpson storyline is the piece of the show's larger architecture that makes the contamination theory and the coma theory and all the other theories feel like they are describing something coherent rather than a collection of disconnected fan observations. Because the Mona storyline is the show making its argument explicitly, not in subtext, not through the accumulation of background details. Directly, in a storyline that runs across multiple seasons and culminates in one of the show's most emotionally complete episodes. The argument is this. Burns destroyed the Simpson family deliberately, over time, through the specific application of power against individuals who could not resist it. The contamination is not abstract. It is not an impersonal environmental process. It is the expression, in the physical world, of the same force that sent the FBI after Mona, that brokered a deal with Abe, that installed Homer in Sector 7G, that kept the violations unaddressed for decades. The contamination and the conspiracy are the same thing, operating at different scales. Burns is not a comic villain in the Mona storyline. He is the most realistic character in the show, a man whose extraordinary longevity and extraordinary wealth have given him the capacity to pursue grudges across decades and generations, to shape the conditions of other people's lives in ways they never fully understand, to operate at a scale of power that makes the concept of accountability functionally meaningless. The Simpson family Homer's specific impairments, his specific psychology, his specific place in Springfield's economic structure is not an accident. It is the outcome of a set of decisions made by a man who has been making those kinds of decisions for over a century. The family is what a century of unchecked power produces, when it turns its attention to a specific set of people and organizes their lives for its own purposes. That is the show's deepest argument, not made in a single speech or a single episode, but accumulated across 36 years of jokes and callbacks and moments of genuine emotion. The family you love, the messy, imperfect, genuinely lovable Simpson family, is what it is in large part because of what was done to it. And what was done to it was done by the man whose cooling towers you can see from their front yard. That's the truth of Springfield. That's what the theories, all of them, are trying to say in their different languages. The plant is not background. The plant is the explanation, and it has been explaining everything, all along. There is a member of the Simpson family who has said almost nothing across 36 years of television, who has not walked reliably, who communicates primarily through pacifier noises, pointed stares, and the occasional gesture that lands with more precision than anything the articulate members of her family managed to produce, who is, by all apparent measures, a 1-year-old baby, And who is, by the accumulated evidence of every episode she has appeared in, the most capable, most intelligent, most strategically aware character in the entire series. Maggie Simpson has shot a billionaire, led a daycare rebellion against a tyrannical caretaker, saved her family from situations that the adults around her could not resolve, demonstrated problem-solving abilities that exceed those of people 3 times her age, been tested and found to possess intelligence that standardized instruments cannot reliably measure, and done all of it in complete silence, below everyone's radar, in the spaces where nobody is paying close enough attention to notice what she's actually doing. The question the show never fully answers is not what Maggie has done. The record of her accomplishments is there, in the episodes, for anyone who looks. The question is why she's hiding it. The shooting what the final shot actually shows. We have already spent time on the question of who actually pulled the trigger on Mr. Burns. We've examined the evidence and found it less conclusive than the official verdict suggests. But let's set aside the question of guilt for a moment and focus on what the final shot of Part 2 tells us about Maggie herself, regardless of whether she is actually the shooter. After the case is closed, after the family goes home, after everyone has accepted the official version of events and moved on, there is a final image. Maggie, alone in a room. She looks around carefully and deliberately, checking to confirm that she is unobserved. Then she moves her pacifier in a motion that mimics firing a gun. Whether this is a confession or a reenactment of something she witnessed, the sequence of behaviors it requires is remarkable. To check her surroundings before acting, to confirm the absence of observers before performing a gesture she understands to be significant, to connect her pacifier, in that moment, to the act that has defined the preceding weeks of her life. This is not random infant behavior. This is situational awareness. This is an understanding of context and consequence. This is the behavior of someone who knows exactly what they are doing and has made a specific decision about when it is and is not safe to do it. Infants don't do this. Infants don't have the cognitive architecture for this sequence of assessments. Whatever Maggie is, she is not operating on the cognitive schedule of a 1-year-old human being. The Longest Daycare. In 2012, the show released a theatrical short film called The Longest Daycare, screened in cinemas before Ice Age, Continental Drift. It was nominated for an Academy Award. It runs for 7 minutes. And in those 7 minutes, it depicts a version of Maggie Simpson that is impossible to reconcile with the idea that she is a normal baby. The premise? Maggie is dropped off at the Ayn Rand School for Tots, a daycare center run with authoritarian efficiency children sorted by ability, monitored continuously, and managed with an institutional rigidity that treats infants as subjects to be controlled rather than people to be developed. Inside the facility, Maggie encounters a caterpillar about to form its chrysalis. She wants to protect it. Another baby, a bully named Gerald, the same baby who has been Maggie's antagonist since the show began, wants to destroy it. What follows is a miniature action film in which Maggie outmaneuvers the bully, the daycare staff, and the facility's physical infrastructure to protect the caterpillar and eventually release the butterfly into the world. She does this entirely without speech. She does it through observation, environmental analysis, planning, improvisation, and the kind of adaptive problem-solving that most adults in real life would struggle to execute under comparable pressure. She reads the room. She identifies the threats, the bully, the specific staff members who pose obstacles, the architectural features of the building that limit her movement options. She develops strategies. She adapts when those strategies encounter unexpected complications. She executes multi-step plans that require precise timing, spatial awareness, and an ability to model and predict the behavior of others. She does all of this while being physically limited to the motor capabilities of a 1-year-old child, falling when she should be running, crawling when she needs to move quickly, working within and around the constraints of a body that cannot keep pace with her mind. Her decision-making is flawless throughout. Every choice she makes, under pressure, is correct. Her mind is operating at a level that her body simply cannot support. And she succeeds anyway, because her intelligence compensates for every physical limitation her circumstances impose. What Maggie learned from Lisa. Lisa Simpson is brilliant. This is canonical, established, consistent across the entire run of the show. Lisa is a genius, a child of extraordinary intellectual capacity who can perceive, analyze, and articulate truths about the world that the adults around her cannot access. She is the most intelligent member of the Simpson family by a significant margin and one of the most capable characters in Springfield by any measure. And what has that intelligence gotten her? Isolation, mockery, dismissal. Lisa speaks up and is ignored. Lisa challenges authority and is punished. Lisa presents evidence that something is wrong and is told to stop making people uncomfortable. Lisa's intelligence is her greatest gift and simultaneously the source of her most profound loneliness. Because she uses it visibly, she announces herself as the most competent person in the room, and the room responds by making sure she knows exactly how little that matters in Springfield's social ecosystem. Maggie watched this happen. Maggie has been watching this happen from the day she was born. She watched her sister fight every single day for the recognition that her intellect deserved and received nothing but resistance and exhaustion for it. She watched the most capable member of the family be consistently and comprehensively overlooked by a household and a community that rewards compliance and punishes insight. And Maggie made a different calculation. If Lisa's strategy is to use intelligence visibly, and the outcome of that strategy is relentless frustration and dismissal, then the alternative strategy is to use intelligence invisibly, to stay below the radar, to maintain the disguise of a normal, passive, helpless infant while operating behind that disguise at a level of cognitive engagement that nobody around her would think to look for. Silence is power in a community that penalizes speech. Invisibility is armor in an environment that attacks anything that makes itself visible. The less they notice you, the more you can accomplish. And Maggie has ensured that nobody notices her by maintaining the most effective cover available. She pretends to be exactly what everyone expects a baby to be: quiet, dependent, passive, limited. She is none of those things. Every heroic act she has committed in the series happened in the margins, below the radar, in the spaces where the adults were too busy dealing with Homer's disasters and Bart's provocations and Lisa's crusades to pay attention to the baby who was quietly resolving situations none of them had the capability to address. She saved the family. She saved the butterfly. She manages Gerald. She watches everything. She knows everything. And she keeps all of it behind the pacifier, behind the large, quiet eyes, behind 36 years of deliberate, chosen, strategic silence. The radiation inversion. Connect this to the contamination theory. If Springfield's radioactive environment creates mutations, and if those mutations affect different individuals differently depending on their genetic baseline and their specific pattern of exposure, then Maggie and Homer represent the two extreme poles of the same environmental effect. Homer's mutation reduced his intelligence. The radiation, the crayon, the decades of direct reactor exposure, they degraded his cognitive function to the point of clinical disability. They took a man who might have been remarkable and reduced him to someone who cannot make the connection between his employer and his suffering. Maggie's mutation enhanced hers. The same environmental cause, the same family, the same contaminated water and irradiated air, but where the father's brain was diminished, the daughter's was amplified. Her intelligence was pushed to levels that conventional tests cannot accurately measure. Her cognitive capacity exceeds the developmental framework that her physical age should impose. Homer and Maggie are the same radioactive coin, showing opposite faces. He is what the contamination takes away. She is what it occasionally, inexplicably gives. The father's prayer. If the coma theory is true, if everything since April 1993 is Homer's dream, then Maggie's genius takes on a dimension that is almost unbearable to sit with. Homer can't watch Maggie grow up. He can't be there for her first steps, her first words, her first day of school, her first achievement, her first time the world shows her what she's capable of. He is lying in a hospital bed, and he is missing all of it, every moment of the life of his youngest child. So, in the dream, he makes her extraordinary. Homer's unconscious mind cannot give Maggie a future. It doesn't have the data for what her future looks like. But it can give her the thing that will make any future possible. An intelligence so far beyond what anyone expects of her that she will be okay no matter what. That she will navigate whatever comes. That even without her father there to protect her, she will be able to protect herself. Maggie's genius in this reading is not a mutation. It is a prayer. It is a father's deepest, most desperate hope for a child he cannot reach, projected into a dream because the dream is the only place he has left to put it. Her silence is not a strategy. It is an unconscious man's last gift to a baby he loves more than he can express, even in sleep. And back in Springfield, in whatever passes for the waking world, the silence continues. Maggie watches everything. She has always watched everything. She remembers everything she watches. She understands everything she remembers. And she waits. For what, exactly, the show has never told us. Her endgame is the last genuinely unresolved mystery of the Simpson family. She is the only character whose future remains completely open, the only one whose full capability has never been deployed, whose genuine potential has never been tested against a challenge worthy of it. We have seen glimpses. We have seen her shoot a man and walk away from the investigation. We have seen her organize a room full of infants into a functioning resistance. We have seen her solve physical and strategic problems that adults couldn't crack. We have seen her confirm and deny innocence with a single nod, and be trusted completely by the people who know her best. Maggie Simpson has been 1 year old for 36 years. She cannot walk without falling. She communicates in sounds and gestures, and she is the most dangerous person on Evergreen Terrace. She just hasn't decided what to do about it yet. And maybe that's the thing that stays with you after you've spent time with this theory. Not what Maggie has done, but what she's waiting to do. Behind that pacifier, behind those enormous eyes, behind 3.5 decades of deliberate strategic silence, something is thinking. Something is planning. Something is watching the family and the town and the world with an intelligence that nobody suspects, serving an agenda that nobody has ever been able to fully read. When Maggie finally really acts, at the scale her intelligence implies, Springfield won't see it coming. Nobody will. Because that is exactly how she designed it. Section 7. The predictions: what The Simpsons actually knows about the future. There is a phenomenon that has made The Simpsons more famous in the 2020s than it was during its actual creative peak. More famous, in certain corners of internet culture, than at any point in the show's history. This phenomenon has nothing to do with the quality of the writing, the appeal of the characters, or any artistic achievement the show has made. It has to do with something that shouldn't be possible. The apparent ability of a cartoon sitcom that began airing in 1989 to accurately predict events that would occur decades in its future. The Simpsons predictions. The clips that go viral every time something strange happens in American culture. The screenshots circulated with the caption, "They knew." Let's go through the most significant examples, and then let's talk about what's actually happening. Because the truth of the predictions phenomenon is more interesting than the conspiracy, and it points towards something genuinely unsettling about the relationship between the show and the culture it has been embedded in for 36 years. The hits. Start with the one everyone knows. In the year 2000, the episode Bart to the Future depicted a future in which Lisa Simpson had become the President of the United States and referenced her predecessor in the Oval Office as Donald Trump. The episode aired 16 years before Trump won the 2016 election. 16 years before the political landscape of the United States transformed in a way that most political analysts had, until very late in the game, considered essentially impossible. The show depicted a Trump presidency as a joke about the logical direction American celebrity culture was heading, a dark punchline about what happens when fame becomes the primary qualification for political power. And then, 16 years later, the punchline arrived. The internet's response was immediate and overwhelming. Screenshots from the 2000 episode circulated alongside images from Trump's victory speech. The Simpsons predicted Trump became one of the most shared memes in the platform era, reaching people who had not watched the show in 20 years and causing a genuine cultural moment of collective amazement. How did they know? The list of other predictions is extensive. A 1,995 episode depicted a device worn on the wrist that displayed information and could perform communications functions, something that looked remarkably like a modern smartwatch. 14 years before smartwatches entered the market. A 1,998 episode included a mathematical equation that bore a striking resemblance to one later used by physicists working on the mass of the Higgs boson particle, which was not experimentally confirmed until 2012. A 1999 episode featured Homer proposing a theory about the universe being shaped like a donut, and years after the episode aired, cosmologists analyzing the cosmic microwave background found patterns suggesting the universe might actually have a toroidal geometry. A 1993 episode called Marge in Chains depicted a flu virus originating in Asia that spreads globally, causes mass panic, triggers supply chain disruptions, and sends Springfield into a frenzy of hoarding and fear. The episode aired 27 years before COVID-19. During the chaos of that fictional outbreak, Springfield residents inadvertently released a swarm of Asian hornets, which felt bizarrely prophetic when Asian giant hornets, widely reported as murder hornets, appeared in the United States during the actual 2020 pandemic. In 1996, the show featured a bit about the hip-hop group Cypress Hill accidentally booking the London Symphony Orchestra during a music festival sequence. In 2024, Cypress Hill performed with the London Symphony Orchestra at the Royal Albert Hall, 28 years between the joke and the reality. A 1998 episode depicted Disney acquiring Fox. Disney's actual acquisition of 20th Century Fox was completed in 2019, 21 years after the Simpsons episode aired. Across dozens of episodes and decades of production, the show has depicted video calling technology, autocorrect failures, algorithmic content recommendation, surveillance capitalism, and a dozen other technological and social realities that were not part of everyday life when the episodes were written and broadcast. The list goes on. The internet has cataloged it obsessively. Every year, a new entry appears. The official explanation. Al Jean, the show's longtime executive producer, has addressed the prediction phenomenon directly and repeatedly. His response is consistent. Volume plus time equals coincidences that look like prophecy. The Simpsons has produced nearly 800 episodes across 36 years. Each episode contains dozens of jokes, satirical observations, and cultural references. When you generate that much content over that long a period, some portion of it will inevitably align with future events through pure statistical probability. Producer Bill Oakley, who ran the show during several of its most celebrated seasons, has been equally direct. These are coincidences, because the episodes are old enough that history repeats itself. Fact-checking organizations have systematically investigated the most famous examples and found, in almost every case, a mundane explanation. The Trump episode didn't emerge from nowhere. Trump had been publicly flirting with running for president since the late 1980s, and the writers were simply taking a cultural trend to its logical extreme. The Disney-Fox merger episode wasn't prediction, it was observation. Media consolidation was an accelerating and visible pattern in the entertainment industry, and the writers extrapolated it to its obvious conclusion. The smartwatch wasn't prophecy, it was the natural extrapolation of a technological trajectory that engineers and designers had been discussing publicly for years. The show's writing staff has historically been extraordinarily well-credentialed. Multiple writers hold advanced degrees from Harvard, Yale, and other elite institutions. Several have backgrounds in mathematics, physics, computer science, and political theory. These are not people randomly guessing at the future. They are highly educated, deeply well-read observers of American culture who spend their careers analyzing trends, modeling trajectories, and extrapolating current conditions to their logical conclusions. They are, in a specific and meaningful sense, paid to see where things are going before the broader public gets there. They don't predict the future. They read the present more carefully than most people do, and then push it forward. The confirmation bias engine. Here is the other half of the official explanation, and it is the half that most accounts of the predictions phenomenon underemphasize. The Simpsons has also produced thousands of predictions that didn't come true. Jokes about jetpacks and moon colonies. Political outcomes that went in different directions. Technology that was imagined but never materialized. Cultural shifts that the writers saw coming and that history has not yet delivered. These failed predictions exist, they are numerous, and nobody talks about them. Nobody creates viral threads about the Simpsons prediction that didn't come true. Nobody makes memes about the times the show got it wrong. Confirmation bias operates only in one direction. It selects for hits and discards misses. When you run 800 episodes through a confirmation bias filter that preserves every accurate forecast and invisibly discards every inaccurate one, You end up with a highlight reel that looks like prophetic vision, but is actually the natural distribution curve of a very large dataset encountering a very long timeline. The predictions aren't supernatural. They are the product of a brilliantly written show, running for an impossibly long time, staffed by highly educated cultural observers, filtered through the most powerful confirmation bias machine ever built, which is the internet, operating with its characteristic mix of genuine curiosity and motivated reasoning, but not all of it. Here is where the official explanation, compelling as it is, encounters a few cases it doesn't fully account for. Some of the coincidences are not vague trend extrapolations. Some of them are specific. Specific in the way that makes you sit back and look at the screen twice. The Trump episode didn't just forecast that celebrity might enter politics. It specified Trump by name, and it depicted him descending an escalator in a sequence that visually mirrors the announcement Trump made in June 2015, in which he descended an escalator at Trump Tower to declare his candidacy. The show depicted the escalator descent 15 years before the actual escalator descent. The Siegfried and Roy episode, which ran in 1993, didn't just joke abstractly about dangerous exotic animals. It depicted a white tiger attacking one of the performers during a stage show, leaving them critically injured. In October 2003, Roy Horn was attacked and severely injured by one of the act's white tigers during a live performance. The episode was not depicting a general trend. It depicted with specific visual detail something very close to an event that would not happen for a decade. These are the cases that resist the volume plus time explanation, not because they are supernatural, but because they go beyond the predictable outputs of trend extrapolation. They contain specific details that happen to align with specific future events in ways that feel qualitatively different from the general accuracy of broad cultural observation. There is no satisfying conspiracy explanation for them. There is no time travel. There is no secret knowledge. The writing staff of The Simpsons is not receiving transmissions from the future. What there is, possibly, is something more interesting than prophecy. How The Simpsons shapes the future. The meta-theory, the explanation that sits underneath all the other explanations and encompasses them, is this. The Simpsons doesn't predict the future. The Simpsons shapes the future. The show is one of the most deeply embedded pieces of American cultural media in history. It has been running for longer than most of its current audience has been alive. Its jokes have become part of the national vocabulary. Its observations have become reference points for how Americans understand and discuss their own society. When The Simpsons depicts something, when it introduces an idea, a scenario, a character type, a cultural possibility, that thing enters the cultural bloodstream and becomes part of how millions of people think about the world. When the show depicted Trump as president in 2000, that joke was seen by millions of people. It became a thing people referenced. It made the idea of a Trump presidency feel like part of the cultural landscape, a known quantity, a mapped territory, a place on the imaginative map of what America could become. It primed the cultural imagination in a way that is subtle but not trivial, not by convincing people to vote for him, but by making the scenario feel familiar, not shocking, not impossible, something that had already been thought about, processed, filed away as a known cultural concept. The show didn't predict the Disney-Fox merger. The show made media consolidation feel inevitable by treating it as obvious satire. When Disney actually bought Fox, the cultural response was not shock. It was recognition. Something in the culture had already been prepared for this outcome, had already processed it as a possibility so obvious it had been made into a joke. Springfield doesn't reflect America. After 36 years, America has become Springfield. The show held up a mirror for 3.5 decades, and the culture stared into it so consistently and for so long that it started to resemble what it saw. The nuclear plant, the corrupt billionaire, the incompetent regulatory apparatus, the population too distracted to notice the scale of its own exploitation, the endless cycle of catastrophe and reset, the collective amnesia that allows the same mistakes to happen with the same people making them. These were Springfield's features first. They have become recognizable American features in a way that would have felt exaggerated in 1989 and feels like accurate description in the present. The Simpsons didn't write America's future. The Simpsons wrote the first draft of America's present, and the culture spent 30 years catching up to it. That's the prediction phenomenon. And knowing how the trick works doesn't make it less impressive to watch. It just changes what you're impressed by. You stop being impressed by prophecy, and you start being impressed by observation, by the extraordinary precision with which 800 episodes of a cartoon have mapped the shape of a country across 36 years of continuous change. And every time a new prediction appears to come true, every time a Simpsons clip from 1997 aligns eerily with a headline from the present, maybe the appropriate response is not amazement that the show knew what was coming. Maybe the appropriate response is a quiet recognition that the show, with its vast and meticulously observed portrait of American life, has simply been paying closer attention all along than any of us, the writers as cultural scientists. There is a version of The Simpsons prediction story that treats the writing staff as passive recipients of good fortune, people who threw enough darts that some of them hit bullseyes, without any particular skill or foresight on their part, beyond simply producing a large volume of content. That version undersells what the writing staff was actually doing. The Simpsons, particularly in its golden age seasons, was staffed by people with genuinely unusual educational backgrounds for a television comedy. Harvard graduates who majored in mathematics, science writers who had covered actual research, political theorists, economists, historians, people whose professional formation had given them frameworks for understanding how systems work, how trajectories develop, what happens when specific forces act on specific conditions over extended periods of time. These people were not randomly generating observations about American culture and hoping some of them would prove accurate. They were applying analytical frameworks to observable trends and extrapolating those trends to their logical conclusions. The difference between what they were doing and what a sophisticated policy analyst or social scientist does professionally is primarily one of medium and tone. They were doing it through the lens of comedy rather than academic writing, but the underlying cognitive process was the same. When the show depicted media consolidation in 1998, the writers had access to the same trend data that business journalists and media economists were discussing in trade publications. When they depicted the Trump presidency in 2000, Trump had been making noise about running for office since at least 1988, and the cultural trajectory of celebrity toward political legitimacy was visible to anyone paying attention to how American popular culture was evolving. When they depicted surveillance capitalism and algorithmic content filtering years before those terms became common, the theoretical groundwork for those systems was already being laid in the computer science departments and venture capital offices of the mid-90s. The predictions look magical because the show hid its analytical work behind the comedy. Every observation that reads today as prophecy was, at the time of writing, a rigorous extrapolation just delivered as a joke rather than a forecast. The magic is not in the predictions. The magic is in the capacity to do serious analytical work without it looking like work, to produce something that functions simultaneously as entertainment and as cultural intelligence. That is a genuinely rare capability, and the show's extraordinary prediction record is its most visible expression. What the predictions mean for Springfield's relationship with reality. There is a final dimension of the prediction phenomenon that the more supernatural-minded discussions of it tend to miss. The implications run in both directions. If The Simpsons has been an accurate predictor of American cultural trends, that accuracy tells us something not just about the show, but about Springfield itself. Springfield is supposed to be a cartoon, a fictional, exaggerated, impossible version of an American community designed to make visible through exaggeration the features of real communities that are too familiar to be seen clearly. But if the show's exaggerations keep proving accurate, if the cartoon billionaire who blocks out the sun is followed within a decade by real concentrations of corporate power that operate at previously unimaginable scale, if the cartoon government that domes a contaminated town is followed by real regulatory failures of comparable magnitude, if the cartoon population, too cognitively distracted to understand what's being done to them, is followed by real populations demonstrating the same pattern, then the cartoon isn't exaggerating. It's documenting. Springfield is not an exaggerated version of America. Springfield is America, drawn at a scale that makes it visible. The yellow skin and the four fingers and the contaminated water are the artistic conventions that allow the show to depict what it's depicting without it being mistaken for realism. But the underlying portrait of a community organized around the economic dependency created by a single powerful actor, managed by institutional capture, sustained by collective denial, inhabited by people too embedded in the system to perceive it clearly, that is not a cartoon. That is an accurate portrait. And the predictions demonstrate that the accuracy was not accidental. The show has been right about too many things, too consistently, for the rightness to be attributed only to volume and luck. At some level, the people making the show understood what they were making, understood what they were depicting, and understood that what they were depicting was not a fantasy about an impossible town, but a diagnosis of a very real kind of American community. Springfield exists, not at a specific address in a specific state, but as a recurring type, a recognizable pattern, a thing that has happened and keeps happening in the places where the specific combination of economic dependency and institutional capture and collective denial creates the conditions the show has been depicting since 1989. The predictions are the show's way of telling you that it knows. There is an episode of The Simpsons that has been called the worst in the series, the moment when the show betrayed its own continuity, the creative decision that fans have never fully forgiven, and the point at which the writers demonstrated that they had no real respect for the characters they had spent 8 seasons building. The episode is Season 9, Episode 2, The Principal and the Pauper. It aired the 28th of September, 1997. It is the episode that revealed that Principal Seymour Skinner was not actually Seymour Skinner. His real name was Armin Tamzarian. He had stolen the identity of a man who was presumed dead and lived inside it for 20 years. And when the real Seymour Skinner came home, when the truth was discovered, confirmed, and placed before the entire community, Springfield held a vote and chose the lie. The backlash was fierce, and it has never entirely subsided. Harry Shearer, who voices Skinner, publicly expressed his displeasure with the storyline. Critics wrote extensively about how the episode had destroyed the character. Fans ranked it consistently among the series' worst. And the explanation given at the time both by fans and by some of the show's own creative team was that this was a failure of writing, a moment when the show chose a shocking twist over narrative integrity. That reading is wrong. The Principal and the Pauper is not a failure of writing. It is the most honest episode The Simpsons ever produced about the mechanics of Springfield itself. It is the one episode that shows you, in real time and in explicit detail, exactly how the town works, the machinery behind every reset, the mechanism behind every forgotten catastrophe, the social engine that powers the collective amnesia that allows Springfield to survive things that should destroy it. The fans hated it not because it was bad writing, but because it was too clear. It said the quiet part out loud. What actually happens? Springfield Elementary holds a ceremony honoring Principal Skinner's 20 years of service to the school. In the middle of the celebration, a stranger enters a man none of the assembled community recognizes, who introduces himself as Sergeant Seymour Skinner, the real Seymour Skinner, a decorated veteran of the Vietnam War who was captured as a prisoner of war in Southeast Asia, presumed dead by everyone who knew him, and who survived, escaped, and spent years finding his way home only to discover that someone else had been living his life while he was gone. The man Springfield has known as Principal Skinner is an imposter. His real name is Armin Tamzarian. Before Vietnam, he was a petty criminal, a street kid with no prospects and no identity worth preserving. He served in the same unit as the real Skinner. When Skinner was captured and the unit assumed he had been killed, Tamzarian felt responsible. He traveled to Springfield to deliver the news of Skinner's death to his mother, Agnes. When he arrived, Agnes assumed he was her son. She needed him to be her son. And Tamzarian, a man who had never been wanted by anyone, who had never had a home or a family or a name that meant anything, simply accepted the role. He became Seymour Skinner. He took the name, the identity, the relationship with Agnes, the community standing, the career, and he lived inside the stolen life for 20 years until the real Skinner came home. Now here is the part that matters. The part that makes this episode so important. Springfield knows the truth. It is not hidden. The real Skinner is present. Tamzarian is present. The evidence is unambiguous. Everyone in the community has been told, clearly and definitively, that the man they have trusted to run their school and raise their children in an educational environment for 2 decades is not who he says he is. and the town holds a meeting to decide what to do about it. What they decide what the meeting produces, by unanimous community consensus, is this: the truth will not be acknowledged. The imposter will be formally recognized as the real Skinner. The actual Seymour Skinner, the decorated veteran whose identity was stolen, the man who survived a prisoner of war camp and walked home to find his life occupied by a stranger, will be removed from Springfield. He is physically tied to a railroad car and expelled from the community, and the judge, Judge Snyder, Springfield's official judicial authority, issues a legal decree making it a crime to ever refer to this matter again, under penalty of torture. The town voted to criminalize the truth, not just to ignore it, not just to politely decline to discuss it, to criminalize it, to make the very act of mentioning what actually happened an offense punishable by violence. The community chose the comfortable lie, punished the bearer of the inconvenient truth, and made it illegal for anyone to say otherwise. The defense mechanism laid bare. Fans argued that this was a betrayal of Skinner's character, that it stripped everything meaningful from 8 seasons of established backstory. But consider what the episode is actually doing. Springfield has experienced events that should permanently alter it. The town has been destroyed and rebuilt multiple times. Sealed under a federal containment dome. Invaded. Nuclear near misses. Environmental catastrophes. The blocking of the sun. Alien encounters. Political upheavals. And after every single one of these events, by the next episode, everything is back to normal. Nobody remembers. Nobody references the previous disaster. The slate is clean, the town is reset, and life continues as though nothing happened. Fans call this episodic storytelling. The coma theory calls it a dreaming brain resetting between cycles. The radiation theory calls it cognitive damage from chronic contamination. These are all valid frameworks. The Principal and the Pauper offers a fourth. Springfield resets because the town chooses to reset, collectively, deliberately, through an unspoken social contract that is occasionally, as in this episode, made explicit and formal. A contract that says, we will not acknowledge what happened. We will maintain the agreed-upon version of reality. We will treat the convenient fiction as truth and the inconvenient truth as criminal. And anyone who breaks this contract, anyone who insists on saying what actually occurred, will be expelled from the community. The real Seymour Skinner was not exiled because he was a threat. He was exiled because he was a carrier of information that the community had decided was too destabilizing to contain. He showed up with proof that a core narrative of Springfield's institutional life was a lie, and the town's response was to thank him for his service by tying him to a train. That is Springfield's immune system. That is the mechanism that makes every reset possible. Truth shows up, truth is expelled, and the comfortable story continues. The chain of denial. The episode exists within a web of other truths that Springfield cannot afford to acknowledge. Because if you follow the chain of what the town would have to confront if it ever allowed one foundational lie to be questioned, you arrive very quickly at a point where the entire social order becomes untenable. If they acknowledge that Skinner is Tamsarian, they would have to examine the institutional culture that allowed an imposter to hold authority over the town's children for 20 years. Examining that culture would require examining how other people in positions of authority came to hold those positions. That examination would eventually reach Burns, whose claim to power rests on relationships with municipal and legal structures that cannot survive rigorous scrutiny. If they acknowledge the contamination from the plant, they would have to confront Burns's responsibility for it, which would require them to confront Burns's power over the town's economy, which would require them to confront the fact that any genuine reckoning with Burns threatens the economic foundation on which their lives are built. If they confronted the economic foundation, the town dies. So they forget. They vote to forget. They make it illegal to remember. And the man who arrives with the truth, whoever that man happens to be in the particular episode, gets tied to a train. The coma layer. If Homer has been in a coma since 1993 and everything is his dream, then this episode takes on another dimension. Homer's unconscious mind, working through the architecture of what it means to maintain a fiction against the intrusion of reality, generates a story about an entire town that votes to sustain a lie, because that is what Homer needs to believe is possible. Homer needs to believe that stolen identities can become real through collective agreement. He needs to believe that if everyone around you accepts the fiction you're living in, the fiction becomes indistinguishable from reality. He needs to believe that lies can be maintained indefinitely with enough social consensus behind them. Because Homer's coma is a fiction masquerading as a life, a dream asserting itself as experience. A man not living but believing he is living in a world built from imagination and sustained by the refusal of his unconscious mind to acknowledge the truth of his condition. The Principal and the Pauper, in this reading, is Homer's coma dream telling itself its own story, the story of why it doesn't have to end, why the fiction doesn't have to yield to reality, why the man in the bed doesn't have to wake up. Because the town voted, the town agreed, and anyone who says otherwise gets put on a train. Why it matters. The Principal and the Pauper is not the worst episode of The Simpsons. It is the most important one. It is the only episode that gives you the full schematic of how Springfield maintains its impossible reality. The only episode that shows you the vote, the decree, the expulsion, the formal machinery of organized forgetting. Every other time Springfield forgets something, every time a catastrophe is erased, a truth is buried, a contradiction is smoothed over, it happens between episodes, off-screen, in the gap that we don't see. This episode makes you watch it happen. It shows you the faces of the people casting their votes. It shows you the moment when the community decides that the truth is less valuable than their comfort. It shows you Armin Tamzarian standing there, his borrowed life stripped from him, facing the community he has served for 20 years and being expelled for the crime of having been discovered. The last honest man in Springfield, tied to a train, and sent away. That is not a comedy beat. That is a diagnosis. Section 9. Where is Springfield the geography of impossible places? There is a question about The Simpsons that sounds simple and turns out to be one of the strangest and most revealing questions the show invites you to ask. It is a question so obvious that it has been asked by virtually every fan of the series at some point, and so thoroughly unanswerable that it has consumed an enormous amount of fan energy over the course of 3.5 decades. Where is Springfield? Not as a trivia question, not as a casual inquiry into the show's setting. As a genuine investigation into what it means that the most famous fictional American town in television history cannot be located on a map, Springfield is everywhere and nowhere. It has oceanfront property and mountain ranges and deserts and active volcanoes all within comfortable driving distance. It borders Ohio, Nevada, Maine, and Kentucky, depending on which episode you're watching. It has weather patterns consistent with a northern climate in some episodes and a southern climate in others. Its area code suggests Missouri. Its state abbreviation occasionally visible in the background of certain scenes is NT, which does not correspond to any actual American state. The town exists in a permanent state of geographic impossibility. It is the American community that contains every American community within itself, assembled without regard for the physical laws that normally determine what can coexist in a single location. Mountains and ocean and desert and farmland and industrial decay and suburban sprawl, all present simultaneously, all accessible within the show's spatial logic. The confession that changed nothing. Matt Groening, the show's creator, addressed the Springfield location question in a 2012 interview with Smithsonian Magazine. He admitted that he had named the town after Springfield, Oregon. He had grown up near it. He chose the name because Springfield is one of the most common city names in the United States, present in dozens of states, and because the commonality of the name was the point Springfield was meant to feel familiar everywhere, to feel like somewhere you might know, regardless of where you actually lived. For approximately 48 hours, the mystery was solved. Then the show continued contradicting the revelation. Episodes aired after the interview that placed Springfield in geographic contexts inconsistent with Oregon in almost every conceivable respect. The writers did not honor the confession. They kept the mystery alive. Because the mystery, it turns out, was never really about finding the answer. The mystery was the answer. Springfield's unknowable location is the single most important thing about it. A town that could be anywhere belongs to everyone. A town that belongs to everyone cannot be investigated by a single regulatory authority, cannot be fully contained within a single legal jurisdiction, cannot be definitively held accountable to a specific set of state laws, state environmental regulations, state oversight mechanisms. The geographic manifestation of denial. Under the lens of the theories we've been building through this entire journey, Springfield's geographic impossibility takes on dimensions that go beyond narrative convenience. If the radiation theory is correct, if the town's contamination has altered the biology of every living thing within its borders, then why should the physical landscape be immune? Homer's body defies the rules that govern normal human biology. Burns's lifespan defies the rules that govern normal human aging. The fish in the river have 3 eyes. The residents have 4 fingers and yellow skin and can survive injuries that should be fatal. If all of these biological impossibilities are real within the show's universe, then the mountains and the ocean and the desert all existing within a day's drive of each other stops being a production inconsistency and starts being another symptom of the same underlying cause. The contamination doesn't just affect living organisms. The contamination has warped the physical geography around Springfield, has compressed features that should be hundreds of miles apart into a single impossible region, has made the space around the plant as impossible as the lives of the people living within it. If the coma theory is correct, the geographic impossibility is explained even more simply. Homer's brain doesn't have a reliable map of the United States. It has fragments, impressions, memories of places encountered over the course of a single life, mountains seen on a family vacation, ocean glimpsed from a highway, desert crossed on a work trip, farmland stretching away from a car window on a Midwestern drive. Homer's unconscious mind assembled Springfield from every American landscape he had ever encountered, layering them without regard for geographic logic, because dreams don't have geographic logic. Dreams have emotional logic. And Springfield feels like America because it's constructed from Homer's memory of America, scattered and incomplete and held together by longing rather than cartography. And if the principle and the pauper theory is correct, if Springfield operates through organized collective denial, then the geographic instability is itself a strategic choice by the community. A town with no fixed location has no fixed regulatory authority, no consistent EPA oversight, no permanent state attorney general with jurisdiction over a nuclear facility that has been cited for 342 violations. A town that exists in all states simultaneously is answerable to none of them fully. Springfield floats between jurisdictions because floating is safer than landing. Landing means someone shows up with a badge and a warrant and specific questions about the 3-eyed fish and the cracked cooling towers and the billionaire who has been alive for 140 years. Behind the laughter, there is one moment in the show's history where Springfield's location was definitively revealed. The season 12 episode Behind the Laughter, a mockumentary about the Simpson family, formatted as a parody of VH1's Behind the Music documentaries, stated clearly that the family was from northern Kentucky. The location appeared on screen, described in the documentary format's characteristic confident specificity. In syndicated reruns of the same episode, the location was changed to a different state. The show gave you the truth and then changed the truth depending on where and when you were watching. Even when Springfield had a definitive answer, the answer was not definitive. It shifted. It mutated. It refused to stay fixed, even in the context of an episode explicitly designed to provide information about the family's real-world context. That's Springfield, a place that refuses to be placed, an answer that keeps changing the question. The most mapped and most mapped-over fictional location in American culture, appearing in detailed drawings and thousands of episode backgrounds, depicted from above in establishing shots, shown in local maps within the narrative, and still, after all of it, unmappable. Springfield will never be located. Not because the show hasn't decided, but because the show decided long ago that Springfield's value is precisely in its refusal to be located. A town that can be anywhere is a town that belongs to everyone. A town that belongs to everyone will never be shut down, never be contained, never be accountable to any single authority. And a town that can never be shut down is a town that will always be there when you need it. Section 10. The Floating Timeline. Why no one in Springfield is allowed to age. We have arrived at the center of everything. Every theory we've discussed tonight converges on a single point. Every explanation we've built, every line of evidence we've followed, every question we've asked about radiation and dreams and denial and immortality and silence, all of it arrives at the same destination from different directions. The same wall. The same impossible fact. The same thing that no explanation, no matter how elaborate, can quite make comfortable. Nobody in Springfield ages. Bart Simpson was 10 years old in 1989. He is 10 years old now. Lisa was 8 when the show began. She is 8 tonight. Homer and Marge were in their mid-30s when the first episode aired. They are in their mid-30s in the most recent episode. Maggie has been 1 year old for longer than most of the people watching this video have been alive. 36 years. Hundreds of millions of viewers. Thousands of storylines. And not a single birthday added to any of the main characters' ages, ever, in the show's entire history. The industry term for this is a floating timeline. The show's present is always the viewer's present. When the episode airs in 2025, the characters are living in 2025. When it aired in 1995, they were living in 1995. The calendar changes, the technology changes, the cultural references change, but the characters remain frozen. Most long-running animated shows use this approach. It's practical. Aging characters creates narrative complications. Bart becoming a teenager changes the dynamics that make the show work. Lisa as an adult moves the series into different territory. Maggie talking and walking resolves the tension that has been generating comedy and drama for 36 years. But The Simpsons has been running long enough that the floating timeline has created contradictions so massive and so structurally destabilizing that the show's own internal logic has begun to fracture under their weight. The sliding backstory. The most obvious symptom of this fracture is what happens to Homer and Marge's origin story. When the show began, their shared history was anchored in a specific era. They met in high school in the late 1970s. Their courtship was set against the cultural backdrop of that decade. The music, the fashion, the specific texture of American life in that period. Homer's hair and Marge's prom dress and the circumstances of their first meeting all made sense for people who were teenagers in the 1970s and adults in their mid-30s in the late 1980s. But as the floating timeline dragged the present forward, the backstory had to move with it. If Homer and Marge are still in their mid-30s in 2025, they did not meet in 1978. They met around 2005. Their high school experience was not defined by Watergate and disco. It was defined by MySpace and early social media and the specific cultural landscape of the early 2000s. The show has depicted this slide explicitly across multiple flashback episodes. Homer and Marge's origin story has been retold at least 4 times. In each version, their formative years are set in a different decade, updated to maintain the illusion of contemporary relevance. They were hippies, then grunge fans, then something like hipsters, then something vaguely millennial. The love story itself remains the same, the emotional core is preserved, but the era keeps moving because the timeline demands it. This means Homer and Marge don't have a fixed past. Their history is an unstable draft, subject to revision at any point when the narrative requires it. Their origin story is not a set of events that happened. It is an approximation, updated periodically, existing to serve the current episode's requirements and to be discarded without ceremony when the next episode needs something different. Every theory arrives here. The coma theory: nobody ages because they exist inside the frozen consciousness of a man who went under in April 1993. His unconscious brain has no data for what his family looks like older. It only has the image it last held before the vending machine fell. So it preserves that image indefinitely, running it forward in an endless present that can never advance because the man dreaming it can never advance. The radiation theory: nobody ages because the contamination has altered their biology at the cellular level. Normal aging processes require normal cellular function. Springfield's residents don't have normal cellular function, they have mutated biology, operating according to rules that don't apply outside the contamination zone. The same exposure that gave them 4 fingers and yellow skin and survival resilience that defies human physiology has also disrupted the biological mechanisms that would ordinarily cause them to grow older. The principle and the pauper collective denial theory: nobody ages because Springfield has collectively agreed not to let anyone age. The same social contract that makes it illegal to acknowledge Tamzarian's real identity, that makes it a crime to remember what the real Seymour Skinner's face looked like, that same contract extends to time itself. The town has voted to maintain the fiction of a permanent present. Acknowledging that time has passed means acknowledging everything that has happened within that time. The Simpsons family hasn't aged because Springfield has agreed that they haven't, and in Springfield, unanimous community agreement is more powerful than physics. The Burns immortality theory, at least one resident of Springfield has already demonstrated that the normal rules of biological time do not apply within the town's boundaries. Burns has been alive for 140 years. If that is possible, if wealth and technology and medical intervention can sustain life far beyond its natural duration, then the concept of aging is already negotiable in this universe. The characters don't age because aging is something that happens to people who don't have Burns's resources. And in Springfield, everyone lives in the shadow of Burns's resources. All four theories arrive at the same fact through different paths. Time doesn't work in Springfield. Something has broken the normal flow of time for everyone who lives there. The floating timeline isn't a production convenience, it is evidence. Evidence that something fundamental has gone wrong in a town built on a contamination zone that exists everywhere and nowhere, maintained in a permanent present by collective denial, powered by a man who has found a way to refuse death for over a century. What the future episodes show us. The show has imagined its characters older. It has done this several times, and what it finds when it looks at the future of the Simpson family is remarkable for what it reveals about what the show believes the characters to be in the present. In the Season 6 episode Lisa's Wedding, the show flashes forward to show a 23-year-old Lisa engaged to be married. The episode is detailed and emotionally rich. Lisa has grown into the person the show has always implied she would become: intelligent, principled, searching for connection in a world that doesn't quite understand her, still loving her family despite everything, still fighting for what matters. The episode is beautiful. It is also only possible because the writers temporarily released themselves from the constraint of the floating timeline and allowed the characters to move. Then the episode ends. Lisa returns to being 8 years old. The future closes. The permanent present resumes. The show can imagine growth. It refuses to allow it. And the gap between what the show can imagine and what it will permit is the gap where all the theories live. The American family cannot end. Here is the larger meaning of the floating timeline. The meaning that goes beyond Springfield and beyond The Simpsons, and touches something in the culture that the show reflects. The Simpsons are the American family. They have occupied that symbolic role for longer than any other fictional household in the history of the medium. They have been the household that American culture returns to regularly, obsessively, with something that functions like genuine need for 36 years. And the American family, as the culture needs it to exist, cannot be allowed to change. Homer must always be middle-aged and struggling and optimistic and destructive and loving. Marge must always be patient and steady and occasionally frustrated beyond endurance and always, always there. Bart must always be rebellious and funny and secretly sensitive. Lisa must always be brilliant and lonely and fighting for something in a world that isn't ready for her. Maggie must always be small enough to hold. The moment these characters age, the moment Bart goes to college and Lisa leaves home and Maggie starts talking and Homer retires, The Simpsons stops being a comedy and becomes something else. It becomes the story of a family running out of time, the story of children leaving and parents aging and the house on Evergreen Terrace sitting empty on a Sunday night. America does not want that story. America wants the story where the couch gag plays and the family piles onto the sofa and the credits roll and everything is still intact. The story where the children are still young and the parents are still together and the house still looks the same as it did the first time you saw it. The floating timeline is not a production choice. It is a cultural contract, a collective agreement between the show and its audience that the Simpson family will remain frozen in the moment we found them because that moment is too precious to let pass. The loop isn't their prison. It's ours. We built it. We maintain it. Every time we watch, every time we laugh, every time we quote a line from an episode that aired before most of the current audience was born, we tighten the loop a little more. If Bart turns 11, the show ends. And the show ending means admitting that 36 years have passed, that we are older now, that the world has changed, that the couch we sat on as children watching the opening sequence is gone or different or in someone else's house. It means admitting that the family we grew up with was always temporary, was always moving toward the moment when the children would leave and the house would be quiet. The Simpsons are frozen in time because we froze them there. We pressed pause in 1989 and we never pressed play. And now, 36 years later, we are still watching the same family, in the same house, on the same impossible street, in the same impossible town. Waiting for something to change, knowing nothing will, because we won't let it. What the floating timeline does to the viewer. There is something that happens to people who have been watching The Simpsons for a very long time, for most or all of their lives, that the show itself cannot fully acknowledge without breaking the spell it depends on. The characters don't age, but the viewers do. The child who watched Bart skateboard down the street in 1990 is in their 40s now. The teenager who stayed up late to catch the latest episode is middle-aged, with children of their own who have grown up watching the same show. The college student who argued about the show's theories in an early internet forum is a professional in their 50s. The people who found The Simpsons at its beginning have experienced 36 years of life since then, births and deaths and marriages and losses and changes that have fundamentally altered who they are. And through all of it, Bart has been 10. This creates a genuinely strange relationship between the viewer and the show. The characters are preserved at the age the viewer found them. But the viewer was never preserved. The viewer kept going. The viewer got older. And the show that was once contemporary to the viewer's life, that depicted a family roughly analogous in age and stage to the viewer's own family, has gradually become historical. A memory of a time when things were a certain way. A portrait of the version of American family life that existed when the viewer was young. The Simpsons is not just a show anymore. For the people who have been watching it since the beginning, it is a time capsule. A preserved image of a world that changed while the show stayed the same. A version of family and community and American life that the viewer's memory associates with being younger, with a specific period in their own history, with the feeling of things being in a particular configuration that they will never be in again. This is why the show has such unusual emotional hold on its long-term audience. It is not just nostalgia in the generic sense. It is something more specific. The experience of watching a frozen world that represents your own past, and knowing that the freezing is not the show's magic but your loss, that what is preserved is not still existing but already gone, and the only thing the show can do is show you a picture of it, week after week, for as long as you want to keep watching. The Simpsons keep living in 1993 in a way that you never will again. They keep having the adventures that were in front of you then, in the years before you knew how the story would go. And every episode you watch is a return to that moment, a return to a version of things that the show preserves and the world has moved on from. That is the floating timeline's deepest effect. Not on the characters, on the audience. We are the ones who have been floating through 36 years of watching a family that doesn't change. We are the ones who have been using the show to revisit something that no longer exists except in the episodes. We are the ones who built the loop and have been sustaining it ever since, because the loop is the only thing that gives us access to the version of ourselves that found this show in the first place. Bart is 10. He will always be 10. And somewhere in the back of our minds watching him, we are the age we were when we first watched him. We are 10 too, or 15, or 22, or whatever age the show entered our lives and became part of how we understood the world. The floating timeline floats both ways. It keeps Springfield the same, and it keeps bringing us back to ourselves at the moment we first arrived there. That's the trick. That's what 36 years of the same family on the same couch has actually been doing. Not keeping them young, keeping us in touch with when we were. Before we close out our time in Springfield tonight, there are two characters who deserve their own careful accounting. Two people whose stories the show keeps returning to, keeps exploring in new ways, and never quite finishes. Two figures who illuminate something about the town that the main family's story doesn't reach. One of them has died more times than anyone can count. The other has never died, and might be worse off for it. Hans Moleman and the mystery of persistent death. If you've watched The Simpsons for any significant amount of time, you know Hans Moleman. Small, elderly, nearly blind, walking with a cane and the forward lean of a man whose body is at persistent war with gravity. He appears in the background of Springfield scenes with a regularity that suggests he is everywhere and nowhere, simultaneously in the crowd at every public event, at the counter of every Springfield establishment, in the background of scenes that take place across the full geographic range of the town's impossible geography. His primary narrative function, across the entire run of the show, is to suffer. Hans Moleman gets hit by cars, crushed by objects, buried alive. Attacked by animals, struck by lightning, incinerated, drowned, electrocuted, he walks into traffic, he falls from heights. He is the victim of each season's most creative acts of physical catastrophe, delivered with the show's characteristic blend of cartoon violence and comic timing. And he does this not in dream sequences, Not in Treehouse of Horror episodes, not in the show's explicitly non-canonical holiday content. He does it in regular episodes, in canonical Springfield. Moleman dies in an ordinary Tuesday in Springfield, and then he appears in the next episode in the background of the crowd at whatever the week's new catastrophe is, apparently unaware that he was dead 2 episodes ago. The show has never explained this. It treats Moleman's deaths as background noise, a running gag that casual viewers absorb without quite registering its implications. Because the deaths are brief and the returns are unremarked upon, and the accumulating strangeness of a man who dies constantly and keeps coming back never receives the direct narrative attention that would make it legible as something the show is actually trying to say. But the accumulation itself is the statement. By conservative count, Moleman has died dozens of times in canonical episodes. More, if you include ambiguous moments where his fate is unclear. He has been killed in more varied and creative ways than any other character in American animated television, and every single time he returns. Not through resurrection, not through any acknowledged mechanism. He simply reappears, ready to be killed again. The radiation theory offers an explanation. Moleman represents the most extreme expression of Springfield's mutation profile. A man whose biology has been so fundamentally altered by his lifetime of exposure to the plant's contamination that his body can reconstitute itself after fatal trauma. Not as Homer reconstitutes, Homer endures damage and heals, which is remarkable but not categorically impossible. Moleman actually dies. His body ceases function. And then he comes back as though death in Springfield is a reversible condition for certain residents. As though the contamination has not just altered his body, but altered the rules that govern what his body is allowed to do. The coma theory offers a different lens. Moleman is a background process in Homer's dream, a supporting character that Homer's unconscious mind doesn't maintain with enough consistency to sustain across the full arc of the simulation. He dies because Homer's dreaming brain occasionally loses track of him, lets the character lapse into absence, and then regenerates him fresh when the next scene needs a small, elderly man in the background of a crowd. He is not a person in the dream. He is furniture, occasionally broken and regularly replaced. But here is the detail that neither explanation fully accounts for. Moleman once stated his age as 31. 31 years old. Look at him. Hans Moleman appears to be somewhere in his late 80s. His face is deeply lined. His body is hunched. His eyesight is nearly gone. He moves with the careful deliberateness of someone who knows from experience that falls are more dangerous than they used to be. If he is telling the truth about his age, and there is no particular reason within the show to assume he is lying, then something happened to him. Something took a man in the early prime of his life and aged him 30, 40, 50 additional years in what should have been a normal adult lifetime. Something in Springfield's environment, something in the water or the air or the specific combination of radiation and whatever the plant has been releasing for the past several decades, worked on Moleman with a ferocity that it didn't work on anyone else in the same way. It accelerated his aging. It compressed decades of biological time into years. It left him looking ancient at an age when he should have been beginning his professional life. And then having done all of that, it also made him nearly impossible to kill. Same cause. Opposite effects. Springfield's contamination is not consistent in what it does to the people it touches. It gave Maggie extraordinary intelligence. It took Homer's away. It accelerated Moleman's aging while apparently preventing his actual death. It preserved Burns through a century and a half while reducing his body to something that requires weekly maintenance to sustain. Springfield is not producing a uniform effect. It is producing a chaotic spectrum of outcomes distributed across the population in ways that follow no clear logic. Some people are made more, some are made less, some are altered in ways that seem simultaneously terrible and impossible. And the plant stands at the center of all of it, leaking its invisible influence into everything within its reach, and no one in the town looks up at the cooling towers and asks what's coming out of them. Ned Flanders and the psychology of enforced goodness. And now for the character who is, in the opinion of anyone who has looked carefully at the show's 36-year portrait of Springfield, the saddest person in the series. Not Homer, who is too cognitively limited to fully apprehend his own suffering. Not Lisa, who is young enough to believe that things might still improve. Not Burns, who is too powerful to experience consequences for what he has done. Not Moleman, who is too busy being killed to form a lasting emotional relationship with his circumstances. Ned Flanders, the man next door, the man who does everything right. On the surface, Ned Flanders is the image of what a good person looks like in American culture. Devoutly religious, scrupulously kind, physically fit in a way that suggests discipline rather than vanity, financially responsible, a devoted and attentive father, a generous neighbor, a man who extends grace to people who have given him no particular reason to receive it. By any objective measurement, Ned is a better person than Homer in every conceivable dimension. He is more moral, more reliable, more generous, more patient, more present for his children, more respectful of his community, more consistent in his behavior. He is precisely the kind of person that a society invested in rewarding virtue should reward most lavishly. The show punishes him relentlessly. His wife, Maude, was killed at a Springfield Speedway event when a t-shirt cannon misfired and the projectile struck her instead of Homer, who was the cannon's intended target. Homer's reflexive self-preservation caused him to duck at the critical moment, which redirected the cannon fire toward Maude, who was struck, knocked from the bleachers, and died. Homer's selfishness literally, directly, causally killed Ned Flanders' wife. Ned forgave him, because that is what Ned does. He forgives. He absorbs whatever the world delivers and responds with patience and grace, and the kind of goodwill that reads, in the context of Springfield, less like a moral achievement and more like a character limitation. The Hurricane episode. There is a Season 8 episode, one of the most analyzed in the series, in which a hurricane destroys Ned's house. The community rallies to rebuild it. Dozens of Springfield residents show up to help. Homer coordinates the effort. The rebuilt house is terrible. The community, however good-hearted their intentions, has produced something structurally unsound, aesthetically wrong, and fundamentally unusable. The house collapses essentially immediately after Ned tours it for the first time, and Ned snaps. He has a complete psychological breakdown. He stands in front of the assembled community and says everything he has been holding inside, possibly for his entire life, possibly since the moment he arrived in Springfield and began absorbing its relentless capacity for careless harm. He tells Homer what he actually thinks of him. He names what Homer has done across years of neighborly proximity and what it has cost Ned. He says things that are true and painful, and that the show has been building toward for 8 seasons. And then he is institutionalized. Ned Flanders, for expressing genuine emotion about genuine harm, is committed to a mental health facility. And what the therapists discover there is the piece of information that reframes everything that preceded it. Ned's relentless niceness is not a natural character trait. It is the product of childhood behavioral modification. As a young child, Ned was violent, ungovernable, prone to outbursts that his beatnik parents, who did not believe in discipline of any kind, were completely unable to manage. They took him to a psychiatrist. The psychiatrist spent years conditioning the aggression and the anger and the full emotional range of natural human darkness out of Ned through intensive behavioral therapy. What emerged was the Ned Springfield knows, a man whose capacity for negative emotion has been so thoroughly suppressed that it no longer functions as a normal emotional outlet. Ned's kindness is a cage. The cage was built when he was too young to consent to it, by a process he did not choose, to serve other people's comfort rather than his own well-being. His patience with Homer is not saintly. It is pathological, the compelled behavior of a man whose emotional regulation system was rewired to make the expression of anger essentially impossible. His forgiveness is not grace. It is the programmed response of a brain that was deliberately modified to prevent access to the emotions that forgiveness is supposed to transcend. When Ned snaps, the person underneath is not monstrous. He is just a man who has been hurt, repeatedly, by a neighbor who means him no particular harm but who keeps causing it anyway, and who has never been allowed to acknowledge that hurt in any honest way. The despair that comes out during his breakdown is not dangerous. It is simply real. And in Springfield, real emotion that has been suppressed for long enough tends to emerge with the force of everything that was never allowed to be expressed. What God owes Ned, the show has established, canonically, that God exists in Springfield. God has appeared directly, in conversation, with identifiable visual presence and speaking voice. God spoke to Homer in Season 4. God spoke to Homer again. God and Homer have a relationship of sorts, the kind of relationship that involves direct divine communication, face-to-face encounters and dream sequences, and a genuine exchange of perspective between the divine and the utterly ordinary. God never speaks to Ned. Ned Flanders, the most devoutly faithful man in Springfield, possibly the most devoutly faithful man in the entire show's universe, goes to church every Sunday. He prays with consistent, genuine conviction. He has organized his entire life around his relationship with God, treating that relationship as the orienting principle of every decision he makes. His faith is not performative. It is not social. It is the actual center of his existence. And the God who has appeared multiple times to Homer Simpson, who was, during at least one of those appearances, asleep in a pew during services, has never once spoken directly to Ned. The drunk who falls asleep in church gets divine conversation. The devout man who has given his life to faith gets silence. The show is making a specific argument here. Goodness is not rewarded in Springfield. Faithfulness is not answered. The system, whether it is Burns's empire or the contamination or the collective denial or simply the way the universe functions within the show's moral logic, does not respond to moral behavior. It responds to other things. Compliance, primarily. Chaos, occasionally. But virtue, sustained and genuine virtue, of the kind that Ned Flanders has dedicated his entire existence to maintaining, that goes unacknowledged. Homer sins constantly and is forgiven constantly, both by the show's narrative structure and, implicitly, by a universe that keeps preserving him regardless of what he does. Ned tries to be good and loses his wife, his house, his emotional equilibrium, and the attention of the God he has served his entire life. They live next door to each other. They have lived next door to each other for 36 years. And the gap between them, between the man who tries and the man who doesn't, between the man who is rewarded for his imperfection and the man who is punished for his excellence, has never closed. Because in Springfield, the gap isn't supposed to close. The system doesn't close it. The contamination doesn't close it. The collective denial doesn't close it. The floating timeline doesn't close it. Everything in Springfield is designed to keep everyone exactly where they are. Homer at the plant, Ned at the church, Burns at the top, Molman in the ground, and the loop running on and on and on, with no end in sight and no mechanism for change. That's Springfield. That is, after 4 hours, the complete picture. Section 11, Hans Molman, Ned Flanders, and the tragedies the show keeps returning to. 2 characters. 2 stories the show has been telling for 36 years and never quite finished. 2 portraits of Springfield that the main family's narrative doesn't fully reach. One of them has died more times than any character in the history of American animation. The other has never died, and the argument can be made that this makes him the worse off of the 2. Hans Molman and the body count. If you have watched the show for any meaningful stretch of time, you know Hans Molman. Short, deeply hunched, nearly blind, moving through Springfield with the careful and somewhat precarious deliberateness of someone for whom maintaining an upright posture has become a daily negotiation. He appears in crowds, at counters, in the backgrounds of scenes set across the full range of the town's impossible geography. He is everywhere the show happens to take place, a persistent presence in the margins of other people's stories. His narrative function, across the entirety of the show's run, is to suffer and die. Not in dream sequences or Treehouse of Horror episodes or the show's explicitly non-canonical Halloween content. In regular episodes, in ordinary, canonical, continuity-adjacent Springfield. Molman is struck by vehicles, crushed by falling objects, buried alive, incinerated in various ways, drowned, electrocuted, mauled by animals, struck by lightning, and subjected to a long and creative catalog of lethal circumstances with a frequency and variety that has made him, by any reasonable accounting, the most comprehensively killed character in the history of American animation. And then he appears in the next episode, fully intact, ready to die again. No acknowledgement from the show of what happened before. No explanation of how he has returned. No reference to the fact that he was definitively dead 2 weeks ago in a scene that the audience watched. He simply reappears in the background of a crowd or at the counter of the convenience store, and the show treats his continued existence as a thing that requires no comment, because in Springfield, The things that require no comment are precisely the things that most urgently need it. The standard reading of the Molman gag is that it's a running joke, absurdist repetition, the deaths too brief and too varied to carry actual narrative weight, the returns too casual to generate momentum. And it is funny, in the specific register that the show uses for its darkest material. The comedy comes from the velocity of the deaths, the creativity of the methods, the total indifference of the narrative to what has just happened. A man dies, the scene moves on, a man returns. Nobody notices. But under the frameworks we've been working with tonight, the comedy is also something else. Under the contamination theory, Molman represents the most extreme expression of what Springfield's radioactive environment can do to a human body. His biology has been so fundamentally altered by his lifetime of exposure to the plant's output that his cellular structure can reconstitute itself after fatal trauma. Not in the way Homer endures damage and recovers. Homer sustains injuries and heals, which is remarkable, but can be categorized as extreme biological resilience. Molman actually dies. His vital functions cease, and then they don't stay ceased. He comes back, episode after episode, as though death in Springfield is a reversible condition for at least some of its residents. As though the contamination has not just mutated the living but negotiated new terms with mortality itself for the people who have been living within its radius for long enough. Under the coma theory, Molman is background infrastructure. A minor character that Homer's unconscious mind doesn't maintain with the consistency it applies to the central figures of his dream. He lapses occasionally, the dream forgets him, lets him go, and then regenerates him when the simulation needs a small elderly man in the background of a crowd scene. He is not a person in Homer's inner world. He is a set piece, a recurring prop in the scenery, periodically broken and periodically replaced because the simulation requires a certain density of human presence to sustain its sense of reality. Under the collective denial theory, Molman's deaths are simply another item on the list of things Springfield has decided not to notice. A man dies publicly, repeatedly, in front of witnesses, and nobody investigates. Nobody asks questions. Nobody tracks the pattern. The town has normalized Molman's death cycle precisely the way it has normalized every other alarming feature of its environment. The three-eyed fish, the glowing billionaire, the baby who shot a man, the principal who stole an identity and lived inside it for 20 years. These are background facts, normal features of normal Springfield. The cost of paying attention to them is too high, so the town has collectively agreed not to pay attention. And then there is the age. Hans Molman once stated, on camera, that he was 31 years old, 31. Look at him. By any visual assessment, by the evidence of his posture, his face, his failing vision, the particular quality of his movements, Hans Molman appears to be somewhere in his 80s or 90s. He looks, in every way a person can look a certain age, like someone who has lived for 8 or 9 decades. His body carries the marks of extreme old age with a completeness that is unusual even among the show's older characters. If he is telling the truth about being 31, something happened to him. Something that took a man at approximately the beginning of his adult life and compressed 50 or 60 years of biological aging into what should have been his early adulthood. Something in Springfield's environment. Something that the plant releases into the air and the water and the soil and the accumulated texture of a life lived within its radius worked on Hans Molman with a specificity and an intensity that produced a man who appears ancient at an age when most people are still in the early stages of figuring out what their life is going to be. The contamination aged him. It took whatever he was at 25, at 28, at 31, and accelerated the biological timeline of his body by decades. It left him with the appearance of deep old age before his life had properly begun. And the same force that aged him so catastrophically also made him nearly indestructible. Whatever the contamination did to his cellular structure, whatever it accelerated, whatever it compressed, whatever it altered beyond recognition, it also gave him something that an ordinary 31-year-old doesn't have. A biology that can reconstitute after fatal damage. A death that doesn't take. He is 31 years old. He looks 90. He dies constantly and comes back constantly. Springfield did this to him. And nobody in Springfield has ever once asked why. Ned Flanders and the cost of being good. For the character who is, by the argument I want to make in this final section, the genuinely saddest person in the series. Not Homer, who is too cognitively limited to fully perceive the architecture of his own suffering. Not Lisa, whose intelligence and youth preserve a capacity for hope that makes her loneliness less complete, because she can still imagine a future in which things are different. Not Burns, who is too powerful to experience consequences. Not Molman, who has developed, through whatever the contamination gave him, an apparently effective immunity to permanent consequences of any kind. Ned Flanders, the man next door. The man who has spent 36 years trying to be good in a town that does not reward goodness. On the surface, at the level of what the show presents when it presents Ned straight, he is the image of what virtue looks like in American culture's aspirational imagination. Devoutly and sincerely religious, in a way that the show treats with more genuine respect than it treats almost any other sincere conviction. Unfailingly kind, even to people who have given him no evidence that they deserve it. Physically disciplined, not out of vanity, but out of an apparent belief that the body is something to be cared for. Financially responsible, a genuinely engaged father. A neighbor whose generosity extends to lending equipment, providing assistance, and extending grace across fence lines with a consistency that the show has never fully undermined, because the show respects Ned's goodness even when it is making jokes at his expense. By any measure that a functioning society would use to evaluate a person, Ned Flanders is a better person than Homer in every dimension. He is more moral, more reliable, more present, more genuinely caring about the people around him. He is, by the standards that moral philosophy and religious tradition and common human decency would all endorse, the kind of person the world should reward. The world of Springfield does not reward him. His wife, Maude, was killed at the Springfield Speedway. A t-shirt cannon fired at Homer. Homer ducked, as Homer's instinct for self-preservation directed him, and the projectile struck Maude instead, knocking her from the bleachers and killing her. Homer's reflexive selfishness caused the death of Ned Flanders' wife, directly, causally, without any ambiguity about the mechanism. Homer moved, Maude died. The causation is clear. Ned forgave him, not through a dramatic process, not after a period of grief and struggle that the show depicted with the sustained attention it occasionally brings to things it genuinely cares about. Ned forgave Homer because Ned's psychology does not readily accommodate the alternative. Ned forgives. It is what he does. It is the primary behavioral output of whatever is running underneath the cheerfulness and the religious references and the Flanders family alliterative idiom. He absorbs the harm and produces forgiveness. He encounters the person who caused the harm and continues extending kindness. He does not hold grievances. He cannot, structurally, hold grievances. The reason why is the thing the show reveals in Season 8, in an episode called Hurricane Nettie, and the revelation makes everything about Ned's character look different in retrospect. The hurricane and what it uncovered. A hurricane destroys Ned's house. The community rallies to rebuild it. Homer organizes the effort. Dozens of Springfield's residents contribute time and material. The spirit of mutual aid, which Springfield is capable of in short bursts when the situation is clear enough, produces a genuine collective mobilization. And the house they build is terrible, structurally unsound, visually wrong, practically unusable as a home. Springfield's goodwill was real. Springfield's competence was consistent with its usual standard, which means it was catastrophically inadequate. The house collapses in front of Ned on the day he tours it, and Ned breaks. He stands in front of the assembled community, Homer, Marge, the neighbors, the people who showed up to help, the people who have been cheerfully and inadvertently undermining his life for years, and he says what is true. He names what Homer has done to him. Across years of neighborly proximity, he names the specific accumulated costs. He says things he has never said. He says them loudly. He says them in the register of genuine emotion rather than the measured, careful, Flanders-filtered version of emotion that is his normal mode. And then he is committed to a mental health facility. Ned Flanders, for expressing genuine and accurate emotion about genuine and accurate harm, is institutionalized. The community that has been failing him for years watches him finally articulate that failure, decides that the articulation is the problem, and removes him from the situation. Inside the facility, through the course of therapy, the show reveals the piece of information that changes everything about how Ned's behavior makes sense. Ned was a violent child, ungovernable, prone to intense outbursts beyond his parents' capacity to manage. His parents' beatniks who did not believe in discipline, who found the concept of behavioral correction philosophically incompatible with their worldview, took him to a psychiatrist. The psychiatrist spent years conditioning the aggression, the anger, and the natural darker range of human emotional response out of Ned through what the show depicts as intensive behavioral modification. The therapy worked. Ned emerged from it as the person Springfield knows, unfailingly kind, incapable of sustained anger, psychologically constituted to produce grace in circumstances that might reasonably produce rage. But it worked in the way that a cage works. The aggression was not resolved or processed or transformed into something healthier. It was suppressed. It was built around. A structure was erected through years of behavioral conditioning applied to a child who could not meaningfully consent to the process that prevents the original emotional content from surfacing except under extreme pressure. Ned's kindness is not a character trait in the way that traits are normally understood as the outward expression of an inward disposition that was developed through experience and choice. It is the behavioral output of a conditioning process applied to a child. It is the compelled behavior of a man whose emotional regulation system was deliberately redesigned to make the expression of anger essentially impossible. His patience with Homer is not patience. It is the absence of the capacity for impatience, engineered out of him before he was old enough to know the engineering was happening. His forgiveness after Maud's death is not grace. It is the programmed response of a brain that was wired, at a formative age, to prevent access to the feelings that forgiveness is supposed to be a conscious choice to extend. When Ned snaps in the hurricane episode, the person who emerges from beneath the conditioning is not a monster. He is not violent or dangerous or anything that the institutionalization implies. He is simply a man. A man who has been hurt, repeatedly, by a neighbor who means him no particular harm but who keeps causing it anyway, and who has never before been allowed to say so. The despair that comes out is not clinical. It is ordinary human despair that has been denied its ordinary outlet for so long that it has accumulated more pressure than the conditioning can indefinitely contain. The institution doesn't help him process what he's feeling. It helps him reinstall the cage. He comes out more or less as he went in, cheerful, generous, ready to extend kindness to Homer again, ready to absorb the next thing. What God owes Ned. The show has established, canonically and explicitly, that God exists in Springfield's universe. God is not a metaphor in the show. God is not a concept or a cultural tradition or something that characters invoke without meaning it literally. God has appeared in conversation with a face and a voice to Homer Simpson. Twice. Homer the heretic. Homer meets God. They talk. God engages with Homer with what reads as genuine warmth. The warmth of a divine being who finds this specific, imperfect human genuinely interesting. Homer the coma patient, or at minimum, Homer the man who fell asleep during church services on more than one occasion, is someone that God has chosen to speak with directly. Ned Flanders goes to church every Sunday. Ned Flanders organizes his entire life around his relationship with God. He prays constantly, genuinely, with a sincerity that the show has never treated as performance. He has structured his relationships, his business, his parenting, his response to grief, his response to harm, his response to loss, all of it around his understanding of what his faith requires. His devotion is not social. It is not a mechanism for community belonging or status signaling. It is the actual organizing principle of how he moves through the world. And God has never spoken to Ned. The God who talks to Homer, who has conversations with the man who falls asleep during sermons and triggers nuclear incidents and strangled his son 3 times before Tuesday, has never had a direct conversation with the man who has devoted every day of his adult life to being the kind of person God is supposed to reward. The drunk gets the divine conversation. The devout man gets silence. The show is saying something specific with this arrangement, and it is worth saying clearly. Goodness is not rewarded in Springfield. Faithfulness is not answered. The system, whether it's Burns's economic empire, or the radiation, or the collective denial, or simply the moral logic of the universe as the show constructs it, does not respond to moral virtue. It responds to other things: compliance, chaos, the specific quality of need that Homer embodies, something that functions like narrative necessity, but not to goodness, sustained and genuine and costly, of the kind that Ned Flanders has demonstrated every day for 36 years. Homer does everything wrong. The universe preserves him, forgives him, resets the consequences of his actions, and gives him a family that continues to love him. Ned does everything right. The universe kills his wife, collapses his house, programs his psychology against his own authentic emotional experience, and maintains a divine silence on the question of whether any of it is worth it. They live next door to each other. They have lived next door to each other since the first episode. The fence between their yards is one of the most recognizable props in the show's history. And across 36 years of those two men standing on their respective sides of that fence, the gap between their outcomes between the man who tries and the man who doesn't, between the man rewarded for imperfection and the man punished for excellence, has never meaningfully closed. Because in Springfield, the gap isn't supposed to close. The system isn't designed to close it. Burns needs Homer at the plant, and Homer needs the job, and the plant needs the violations, and the violations need Homer in the safety inspector's chair. Ned at the church provides a stable counterpoint, the image of an alternative value system that Springfield can gesture toward without having to actually implement. He is Springfield's conscience, kept conveniently next door to Springfield's id, maintained at the exact distance that allows the town to feel like it has a conscience without having to be governed by one. Ned Flanders is what happens when you do everything right in a system that doesn't reward rightness. Homer Simpson is what happens when you do everything wrong in a system that doesn't punish wrongness. They live next door to each other. The system put them there, and the system needs both of them exactly where they are. Homer at the plant, Burns at the top, Moleman in the ground, Ned at the fence, Maggie watching, Lisa asking questions nobody wants answered, Marge holding it all together through the specific, quiet, endless labor of not giving up. That's Springfield. That's 36 years of it, distilled. A town where nothing changes. A town where nobody grows. A town where time doesn't pass and consequences don't stick, and the same family sits on the same couch in the same house every week, watching the same television, living variations of the same life, trapped in a loop that started in 1989 and has no end in sight. Because the end in sight would mean something none of us are ready to admit. The fence between them. The fence between Homer's yard and Ned's yard is one of the show's most enduring pieces of staging. Dozens of scenes have been built around it. Homer leaning over it, asking for something. Ned leaning back, providing it. The exchange is always the same in its essential structure. Homer takes, Ned gives, the fence separates them, and the relationship continues. This fence is not just a set piece. It is the show's most honest, spatial metaphor for something it wants to say about the relationship between the two ways of being in Springfield that these two characters represent. Homer and Ned are separated by almost nothing physically, a few feet of wood, a line in the property record, the arbitrary division of space that the suburb has installed between neighboring lots. They live in essentially identical houses on essentially identical plots of land, eat at the same restaurants, watch the same television, occupy the same community. The gap between them is not material. It is moral and psychological and structural. Homer is what the contamination and the system have produced. A man reduced to his appetites, to his emotional needs, to the most basic drives, all his more complex capacities worn down by radiation and psychological damage, and 30 years of institutional failure surrounding him. He is not malicious. He is not even selfish in the calculated way that Burns is selfish. He is just diminished, reduced to the version of himself that the conditions around him selected for. Ned is what the behavioral modification produced, a man whose natural self was conditioned out of him and replaced with a constructed virtue that the conditioning maintains regardless of cost. He is not authentically good in the sense that would mean he has chosen goodness freely from a full range of options, knowing what the alternatives feel like. He is good because the cage his psychiatrist built around his childhood self holds. On the days when it stops holding, you can see, briefly, the person underneath. Both men are products of forces that acted on them before they could consent to the acting. Homer was shaped by contamination and abandonment and an employer who needed him to be exactly as limited as he is. Ned was shaped by a childhood behavioral modification program and a faith that became the framework within which the modified behavior could be expressed and sustained. Neither of them chose to be what they are. Both are doing the best that can be done with the raw material they were given, in the specific environment they were placed in. And they live next to each other, within daily proximity to each other, connected by a fence that neither of them owns entirely, separated by a gap that neither of them fully understands, sustained in their respective versions of Springfield by the same structural conditions that require both of them to remain exactly where they are. The fence is the show, the fence is Springfield. Two versions of what a person can become in a contaminated town, separated by a few feet of wood, and 36 years of the same weekly dynamic. Homer takes, Ned gives, the fence stands, the loop runs, and in the morning they'll do it all again. We have been in Springfield for a long time tonight, and before we leave it, before we let the town dissolve back into the background of things we've always known but never quite examined, I want to spend a few more minutes sitting with what all of this means. Not just as theory, not just as fan speculation or creative interpretation of a television show, but as a portrait of something real, what stories are for, what they do to the people who keep returning to them, and why Springfield in particular has earned the sustained attention of so many people across so many years. We have traced the radiation from the cracked cooling towers into the water supply and up through the bodies of every living thing in town. We have sat beside Homer's hospital bed and watched the dream run its circuits through 32 years of increasingly impossible stories. We have reopened the Burns shooting and found that the case was never really closed, only declared closed, which in Springfield are two different things. We have followed Burns through a century and a half of engineered survival and found a man who is less immortal than he is too expensive to die. We have traced Mona Simpson's path from a Springfield living room to a fugitive life underground and back, and found that the path runs directly through the man who has signed Homer's paychecks for 30 years. We have watched Maggie watch everything and say nothing and known, without being entirely sure how we know, that she is the most capable member of the family and has been all along. We have stood on the ground of the principal's identity crisis and seen the machinery of Springfield's denial operating in full view. We have looked for the town on a map and found it everywhere and nowhere. We have stared at the floating timeline until the loop stared back. And we have visited Hans Moleman in his infinite capacity for dying and not dying, and Ned Flanders in his infinite capacity for absorbing harm and producing grace. Every theory we discuss tonight is different. Everyone uses different evidence, different logic, different assumptions about what the show is and what it's trying to say. But every theory arrives at the same place. Something is wrong in Springfield. Something fundamental and structural and old. Something that goes deeper than animation style, deeper than episodic storytelling, deeper than cartoon logic. Whether it's radiation or a dream or collective denial or a billionaire's engineered immortality or simply the weight of existing for 36 years without being allowed to change something has broken the rules of reality in this town. And the show has been telling us about it since the beginning. Not through exposition, not through dramatic reveals, through accumulation, through the patient layering of detail upon detail until the picture becomes undeniable. Through 36 seasons of the same family in the same house on the same street, never aging, never escaping, never fully understanding what's been done to them and never quite stopping to ask why. Why the theories matter. There is a version of the fan theory enterprise that is essentially a game. An elaborate exercise in creative pattern matching that generates entertainment without meaning anything beyond the pleasure of the game itself. And there are certainly elements of that at play in the Simpsons theory community, which has been playing this game for longer than most of its current participants have been alive. But the best theories about The Simpsons, the ones that sustain themselves across years and decades of discussion, the ones that the show's own writers have been compelled to address, the ones that this video has been working through tonight, those theories are not just games. They are attempts to articulate something that the show is actually doing, something that the show is communicating in the register of subtext, embedded in 36 years of jokes and callbacks and continuity failures, visible only to people who are willing to step back far enough to see the pattern rather than the individual episode. The radiation theory is not just a theory about a cartoon power plant. It is an attempt to name the mechanism through which institutional power damages the communities it claims to serve and to describe how that damage is managed so that the damaged community remains unable to perceive or challenge the source of the damage. Springfield is an exaggerated portrait of something that happens in places with real names. The contamination is real, somewhere. The cognitive fog is real, somewhere. The billionaire who refuses to spend $56 million to protect the people living in his plant's shadow is real, in multiple different places, with multiple different names. The coma theory is not just a theory about a cartoon character dreaming. It is an attempt to articulate the specific, particular quality of the show's emotional core, the feeling that beneath the comedy there is something profoundly sad, that all this noise and chaos and impossible adventure is organized around the preservation of something desperately fragile, a man's access to the people he loves, maintained against the threat of loss through the only mechanism available to someone who has lost everything else. It is a theory about grief and love, and the lengths the mind will go to when the alternative is unbearable. The principle and the pauper analysis is not just a theory about a controversial episode. It is an attempt to name a mechanism that operates in real communities, the mechanism by which collective denial is organized and sustained, by which the truth is expelled from the social body, by which inconvenient realities are managed through the criminalization of the act of naming them. The floating timeline analysis is not just about why animated characters don't age. It is an attempt to name the specific emotional transaction between The Simpsons and its long-term audience, to articulate what it means to have grown up alongside a story that didn't grow up with you, and what the preservation of that story does for the people who need it to stay the same. The theories matter because the show matters. And the show matters because it has been, for 36 years, one of the most sustained and most honest examinations of American life that the culture has produced. Hidden inside the jokes, embedded in the background details, accumulated across 36 seasons of episodes that come and go and are forgotten by the next week, there is a portrait of something real. A portrait that is more honest than most of what calls itself realism, because it works through exaggeration and abstraction and the specific freedoms that animation provides, rather than through the claim of representational accuracy that realistic drama typically makes. The Simpsons knows something. It has always known something. And the theories are the audience's attempt to articulate what the show knows to say out loud, what the show has been saying in subtext for 3.5 decades, to make visible the pattern that the show has been building for long enough that it can no longer be entirely coincidental. What we take from Springfield. Here is what I want to leave you with as tonight's journey draws toward its end. The theories don't solve Springfield. Nothing solves Springfield. The mysteries remain unresolved because the show needs them to remain unresolved, because a Springfield with all its answers is a Springfield that has nowhere left to go, and a Springfield with nowhere left to go is a Springfield that ends. But the theories do something more valuable than solving. They give language to what the show is doing. They provide frameworks for articulating the specific quality of what it feels like to watch this show, the specific texture of the comedy, the specific emotional undertow that runs beneath it, the specific sense that something important is being said in the spaces between the jokes. When you watch Homer survive something that should have killed him, you can now hold two readings simultaneously. The cartoon reading, in which his resilience is a production convention, and the coma reading, in which nothing can kill him because his mind is the one running the simulation. Both readings are available to you. Both make the moment richer than one reading alone would. When you watch Maggie look carefully around an empty room before doing something she doesn't want observed, you can hold two readings. The cute moment reading, in which a baby is being funny, and the strategic mastermind reading, in which the most capable member of the Simpson family is managing her intelligence, the way intelligence is managed in hostile environments, carefully, invisibly, with complete control over when and how it is deployed. When you watch Springfield forget a catastrophe between episodes, you can hold two readings, the episodic storytelling reading and the collective denial reading, in which the town has voted, as it always votes, for the comfortable version of reality over the dangerous one. The theories don't replace the comedy. They layer underneath it, making it possible to experience the show on multiple registers simultaneously as comedy and as something else, as entertainment and as diagnosis, as a cartoon about a yellow family and as a portrait of something that extends far beyond animation and fiction into the actual texture of how power and community and family and time actually work. That is what the best fan theories do for the shows they attach to. They don't destroy the magic. They make the magic more interesting by giving you a new way to see where it comes from. Springfield is still there, Burns is still keeping the lights on. Homer is still in Sector 7G, or still dreaming about Sector 7G, or both simultaneously. Marge is still holding the household together through the daily labor of choosing not to give up. Bart is still 10. Lisa is still 8. Maggie is still watching everything, still saying nothing, still waiting for the moment when the conditions are right for whatever she's been building toward behind those enormous, patient eyes. The mysteries don't get solved in Springfield. They just keep running. And that, it turns out, is not a problem. That is the whole point. A place where the questions outlast the answers. Where the theories keep generating new theories. Where the show, after 36 years and nearly 800 episodes, still has enough unresolved material in it to sustain a 4-hour conversation at 3 in the morning, between a narrator who finds the whole thing fascinating and a listener who finds it soothing enough to fall asleep to. Springfield is a place that provides company in the dark. The loop runs on. The family stays intact. Homer finds his way home. And wherever you are right now, whatever time it is there, whatever brought you to tonight's particular corner of the internet, whatever version of the day you're trying to put to rest, Springfield will be there when you wake up. It always is. That is the whole point. It always has been. Sleep well. Bonus: 3 smaller mysteries worth considering before you drift off. Since we have been going for a while, and since the best kind of sleep listening sustains itself through gradual deceleration rather than sudden stopping, here are 3 smaller mysteries from Springfield that we haven't addressed tonight. 3 questions that don't require the same extended treatment as the big theories, but that are worth sitting with in the quieter, slower part of the evening. The couch gag as cosmic statement. Every episode of The Simpsons opens with the same sequence. The theme song, the establishing shot of Springfield, the family rushing home from various locations across town, and then the couch gag, a brief, self-contained moment in which the family arrives at the couch to watch television, and something goes wrong, or something strange happens, or the expected resolution is disrupted in some creative way. The couch gag is ostensibly a comic device, a way of filling the variable running time of the opening sequence with content that is different every week. Each couch gag is independently produced, often by guest directors, often as a showcase for formal creativity or dark humor or conceptual jokes about the nature of the show itself. But taken as a whole, across 36 seasons, the couch gag collection is something strange and worth looking at directly. The family always makes it to the couch. Regardless of what happens, regardless of how wrong things go, how cosmic the disruption, how complete the destruction of the normal world in the 30 seconds between the family leaving their vehicles and sitting down, the family is on the couch at the end of the gag. Together, in front of the television, in the positions they always occupy. Under the coma theory, this is the most direct expression of the dream's organizing principle. The dream generates disorder. It generates chaos, disruption, the occasional obliteration of everything familiar, and then it resolves to the couch. To the family, together, in the configuration that the dreamer's mind requires. The couch gag is Homer's unconscious mind demonstrating 3,600 times that no matter what the dream generates, the endpoint is always the same. The family on the couch, intact, together. Under the contamination theory, the couch gag is a ritual of normalcy, a repeated, varied, endlessly creative assertion that despite everything wrong with Springfield, despite the contamination and the cognitive damage and the three-eyed fish and the cracked cooling towers, the family comes home. They sit down together. They watch television. The most basic gesture of domestic continuity is performed in 3,600 variations as a weekly proof that the household has survived another week. Under neither theory is the couch gag a throwaway. It is the show telling you, before the episode begins, what the episode is about. The family finding its way back to each other, regardless of what gets in the way. Springfield's remarkably high number of near deaths. There is a statistical curiosity in Springfield that the show has never directly addressed, but that becomes noticeable when you pay attention to it. The residents of Springfield nearly die, or actually die and somehow recover, at a rate that would be medically catastrophic in any real community. We've discussed Mulliman's serial deaths, but Mulliman is not alone. Homer's near-death experiences, across the show's run, number in the dozens. He has been clinically dead and revived. He has been pronounced dead and subsequently walked back through the door. The show treats death as something that happens to Springfield's residents with an unusual frequency, and that Springfield's residents survive with an unusual resilience. The contamination theory explains this through the biology of mutation. A population whose cellular structure has been significantly altered from the baseline might also have altered tolerances for biological failure. What kills an ordinary person might not kill someone whose body has been operating outside ordinary parameters for decades. But there is another reading, quieter and stranger. What if Springfield has an unusually high rate of near-death experiences not because the town is dangerous, but because the town is so thoroughly contaminated that the line between life and death has become less distinct there? What if the biological machinery of death, the cellular processes that are supposed to be irreversible, is functioning differently inside the contamination zone, the same way everything else functions differently? What if in Springfield dying is harder to do permanently than it is anywhere else? That would explain Molman. It would explain Homer. It would explain the extraordinary survival rate of Springfield's residents through events that should be definitively fatal. The contamination doesn't just mutate, it negotiates new terms with mortality for the people who have been living within its radius for long enough. Springfield is not just a contamination zone. It may be a place where the rules about what is and isn't permanent have been quietly rewritten by decades of exposure to something that the biological world was not designed to encounter. That's a strange thing to think about as you drift off. But Springfield is a strange place. The question of what happens when the show ends. The Simpsons will end. Every show ends. 36 years of continuous production cannot continue forever, and at some point near or far, through creative decision, or network decision, or the accumulated weight of eventually running out of whatever it is that has kept it going this long, the final episode will air. What will the final episode be? This is one of the genuine mysteries of contemporary American culture, not just a question for Simpsons fans, but a question that the show's extraordinary longevity has made into something approaching a philosophical inquiry. What is the right ending for a show that has built its entire existence around not ending? What does it mean to give a conclusion to something that has been structured around the refusal of conclusions? The show cannot age the characters in the final episode without invalidating 36 years of the floating timeline. It cannot kill the characters without destroying the premise. It cannot simply stop without the kind of narrative resolution that the floating timeline has deliberately made impossible. The most thoughtful predictions for the final episode tend to involve some acknowledgement of what the show has always been about beneath the comedy: the family, together, choosing each other. A final couch gag that arrives at something definitive rather than something circular. A moment of genuine stillness in which the show looks at itself and says, "This is what we were. This is what mattered." Under the coma theory, the only available ending is Homer waking up. Homer in the hospital room, the dream dissolving, the impossible adventures and the celebrity appearances, and the increasingly surreal adventures fading into the background of consciousness as the real world asserts itself. And then the question, how old are the children now? Is Marge still there? How much time has passed? The coma theory ending would be devastating and honest, and would make every episode of the previous 36 seasons into something different, not a comedy, not even a tragedy in the conventional sense, but a sustained act of love by a damaged mind that refused to let go. The floating timeline ending would be different. The show simply continuing past its own conclusion, the credits rolling, the couch gag playing, the family assembling on the sofa, and the screen going to black with no resolution, no conclusion, no final statement. Just the loop. Still running, still floating, the family still young, still together, still waiting for the episode that never comes. Both endings are available. Neither has been chosen yet. Springfield persists, somewhere between them, in the permanent present that it has always inhabited. And maybe that is the right place for it to stay. Maybe the point of Springfield is not the destination. Maybe the point is the loop itself, the recurring return, the weekly gathering, the family finding each other on the couch again and again across the decades, in the town that exists everywhere and nowhere, sustained by the loyalty of an audience that built the loop and has been choosing every week for 36 years to keep it running. The show will end. Until it does, Springfield is still there. Bart is still 10. The lights are still on. Final section. 11 details you probably missed: the small mysteries of Springfield. We have covered the large architecture of Springfield's strangeness tonight. The contamination, the coma, The shooting, the immortality, the conspiracy, the denial, the geography, the time, the characters who live at the edges of the main story and carry their own quiet tragedies. But Springfield is a show that has been running for 36 years, and that means it has accumulated a secondary layer of smaller mysteries, individual details, recurring oddities, background elements that don't fit comfortably into any single theory but that resist easy dismissal. Things that the show has introduced and never explained, that the audience has absorbed as part of Springfield's texture without ever fully accounting for them. Here are 11 of the smaller mysteries, worth sitting with in the quieter end of tonight's journey. 1. The nuclear plant's second reactor. The Springfield nuclear power plant is described as a 2-unit facility, 2 reactors, not one. The show depicts one reactor with some consistency, the one Homer works near, the one that produced Blinky, the one with the chewing gum cooling tower patch, but the second reactor is almost never referenced and never depicted in any detail. What is the second reactor producing? The first reactor apparently generates enough power for Springfield's residential and commercial needs. What does a second reactor at a facility this size do with its output? Where does that energy go? Who consumes it? The show has never answered this. But the existence of a second, essentially invisible reactor at the facility raises the question of whether the contamination the town experiences is from one reactor or from both, and whether the second reactor's output goes somewhere other than Springfield's power grid. 2. Homer's unexplained intelligence gaps. The crayon explains Homer's general cognitive impairment. The removal of the crayon explains his temporary genius. But neither explanation fully accounts for the specific pattern of Homer's intelligence, the way he is almost completely incapable of abstract reasoning and long-term planning, but occasionally demonstrates flashes of genuine creativity or insight that seem inconsistent with a uniform. 55 IQ? Homer has moments. Episodes where his thinking is sharper, his solutions more elegant, his perception more acute than the baseline suggests. These moments are played for comedy, the joke being that Homer somehow arrived at a correct answer despite himself, but they are also structurally interesting. A brain with a single categorical impairment from a physical foreign object lodged in the prefrontal region would not necessarily be uniformly disabled. Different cognitive functions would be differently affected. Homer's intelligence might be genuinely uneven in specific ways, impaired in the specific capacities the crayon affects, but not in others. The show has never mapped this precisely, but the implication is there in 36 seasons of Homer occasionally being correct in ways that shouldn't be possible. 3. The retirement castle's institutional history. The Springfield retirement castle, where Abe Simpson lives, has been destroyed and rebuilt at least twice across the show's run. It sits on land adjacent to the nuclear plant. Its residents are some of the longest-tenured Springfield inhabitants, people who were living in town before the plant was built, who predate the contamination, who represent the only population in Springfield with clear memories of what the town was like before Burns's era of dominance began. The show has occasionally gestured toward using the castle's residents as institutional memory as people who remember things the rest of Springfield has voted to forget. This thread has never been fully developed, but the castle's location, its proximity to the plant, and the specific demographic it houses suggest that if anyone in Springfield has retained enough cognitive function to understand what has happened to the town, it might be people whose formative years preceded the heaviest contamination period. The retirement castle burns down regularly. This may be a coincidence of Springfield's general tendency toward catastrophe, or it may be something else. 4. Sideshow Bob's persistent freedom. Robert Underdunk Terwilliger Jr., known as Sideshow Bob, is one of the show's most intelligent characters, a classically educated, opera-loving, theatrically gifted man who has attempted to murder Bart Simpson on multiple occasions and who has escaped from custody, been paroled, been granted clemency, and otherwise returned to civilian life with a frequency that the show's justice system cannot fully account for. Bob is genuinely dangerous. He has documented attempted murders on his record. He is intelligent enough to construct elaborate schemes and patient enough to execute them over extended periods of time. And he keeps getting out. The show plays this for comedy, but the pattern is consistent enough to be interesting. Bob is a man whose refinement, intelligence, and family connections. The Terwilliger name carries weight in Springfield appear to grant him a significant advantage in a justice system that does not treat all defendants equally. Bob keeps getting released because Springfield's institutions do not consistently apply their stated rules to people with Bob's social profile. This is not a cartoon. This is a recognizable pattern in how real justice systems function. 5. The Quick E-Mart and what it knows. Apu Nahasapi Mapedalon has been operating the Quick E-Mart for the entirety of the show's run. He has a doctorate from the Calcutta Institute of Technology. He is among the most educated characters in Springfield and one of the most attentive observers of the community's daily life. A shopkeeper who sees everyone, every day, in the context of their most mundane and most revealing transactions. Apu has watched Springfield for 36 years from behind a counter. He has observed the contamination's effects on his customers. He has watched the same people make the same choices and experience the same consequences in the same cycles. He has the analytical capacity to understand what he is seeing and the institutional invisibility that comes with being the shopkeeper present at the edge of everyone's life, seldom the focus of anyone's attention. What does Apu actually think about Springfield? The show has explored his frustrations, his family life, his professional pride, his history in India. It has never fully explored what the most observant person in Springfield thinks about what he observes. What a person of genuine education and intelligence, who has spent 3 decades watching a contaminated community operate, believes is actually happening. That would be a different show. But the material is there, in the background, behind the counter of the Quick E-Mart, waiting for someone to ask. 6. The mystery of why nobody leaves. Springfield has been destroyed multiple times, sealed under a federal dome, subjected to nuclear near misses, stripped of sunlight, made the site of catastrophes that would trigger mass evacuations in any real community. And after each of these events, the residents stay. They rebuild. They reset. They continue. Why? The economic dependency argument explains some of it. The plant employs a significant portion of Springfield's workforce, and leaving means leaving that employment. The collective denial argument explains some more. Springfield has voted repeatedly to not acknowledge that the conditions requiring departure exist. The cognitive impairment argument explains some more. A population whose critical thinking has been compromised by contamination cannot execute the sustained reasoning required to plan and implement departure. But some of it remains unexplained by any single theory. There are Springfield residents who are not employed by the plant, whose cognition appears relatively intact, who are not obviously embedded in the denial mechanism and who still stay, who still rebuild after the dome, who still return after the nuclear near misses. What keeps people in a place that keeps trying to destroy them? The theories offer partial answers. The complete answer might be simpler and more familiar. Home. The specific gravity of the place you grew up in, the place where your memories are, the place where your people are, the place where the life you have lived happened to be built. Springfield keeps its residents not through economic necessity or cognitive impairment alone. It keeps them because they are from there, and being from somewhere is a force that resists even the most rational case for departure. The contamination keeps them. The denial keeps them. And Springfield itself keeps them the specific, impossible, yellow, cracked, glowing, inexplicable place that is the only home most of them have ever known. 7. The Treehouse of Horror as annual confession. Every season of The Simpsons includes a Halloween special, the Treehouse of Horror anthology episodes, which operate outside the show's normal continuity to tell horror stories, dark parody stories, and generally boundary-testing narratives that the regular episodes cannot accommodate. The Treehouse of Horror episodes have, across 36 years, depicted essentially every dark element of the theories we have discussed tonight, but in the non-canonical register of explicit fantasy. Homer has died and returned. The family has been revealed to be something other than human. Springfield has been invaded, destroyed, and transformed by forces it cannot resist. The contamination has been depicted literally, allegorically, and in every combination. What the Treehouse of Horror episodes do is give the show a space to say directly what it can only imply in regular episodes. In the Treehouse, nobody has to pretend the mutations are just art style. Nobody has to maintain the fiction that Springfield is a normal town. The darkness the regular episodes keep in the subtext can come to the surface, be acknowledged, be depicted with full cartoon horror, and then be safely contained within the frame of, "This is the Halloween episode, none of it counts." But the Treehouse episodes have been running for 34 years. They constitute a parallel Springfield one in which all the things the regular episodes work to conceal are made visible, given form, allowed to exist without the buffer of plausible deniability. The Treehouse of Horror is the show's annual confession. It says, once a year, in the specific register that Halloween permits, this is what Springfield actually is. This is what lives underneath the comedy. This is what the regular episodes are keeping just out of sight. And then the episode ends and the regular Springfield resumes, and everyone goes back to pretending. 8. The speed at which Springfield forgets. Springfield's collective amnesia operates at specific speeds, and those speeds are worth noting. Minor events, personal catastrophes, individual mishaps, small-scale disasters are forgotten within the episode. Homer does something terrible. The episode ends. Homer has forgotten it by the next morning. Medium events, community-level catastrophes, events affecting multiple families or institutions are forgotten between episodes. The school loses its funding. 2 episodes later, the school appears to be functioning normally. The retirement castle is destroyed. It is rebuilt and operating by the next scene that requires it. Large events, federal containment domes, nuclear near misses, the blocking of the sun are forgotten between seasons or within the same season's remaining episodes. The speed of forgetting scales with the scale of the event, which suggests that whatever mechanism is responsible for Springfield's collective amnesia is not a simple on-off switch. It is a calibrated system capable of handling events of various scales and erasing them at rates proportional to their significance. This calibration is one of the more quietly unsettling features of the contamination theory, if you follow it through. It suggests that the neurological damage the contamination has produced is not random, but specific, specifically affecting the memory systems responsible for retaining and integrating experiences of community-level harm. Personal memories remain largely intact. The individual can remember their own life. What gets erased, reliably and proportionally, is the memory of what happened to the town. That is a very specific kind of damage. The kind that would be most useful if you were designing a contamination intended to produce a population that would remain in place, continue consuming services, continue tolerating conditions while being unable to accumulate and retain the specific category of information that would be required to address those conditions collectively. 9. The question of the Simpsons house. The house at 742 Evergreen Terrace has been described, across the show's run, as having 4 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a living room, a kitchen, a basement, and a garage. It sits on a residential lot in a Springfield neighborhood. It costs, within the show's various references to its price and mortgage, something consistent with what a nuclear plant safety inspector might be expected to afford in a lower-middle-class American suburb. But the house is also impossible. Not in the way Springfield is generally impossible. Not in the way that anything in a cartoon is impossible. The house is impossible in the specific way that its interior does not consistently match its exterior. Rooms appear and disappear between episodes. The basement is sometimes there and sometimes not. The layout changes, the size of the living room relative to the bedrooms changes. The house is, spatially, not a coherent object. Under the coma theory, this is simple. Homer's dreaming mind doesn't maintain a precise architectural model of the house. It generates whatever configuration the current scene requires, drawing on the general emotional impression of the house, its warmth, its familiarity, its specific meaning as the place where the family lives without maintaining a consistent physical record of what goes where. Under the contamination theory, this is more interesting. If the radiation has altered perception in the same ways it has altered biology, if the residents of Springfield genuinely experience space differently than unaffected people would, then the house's inconsistency might be a feature of how Springfield's residents perceive their environment rather than a flaw in the show's production. They don't see the house the way we see it. They see it through the specific perceptual distortions that the contamination has produced, and those distortions are not consistent. The house is the same house, but Springfield sees it differently every time. 10. The Springfield sign. Springfield has a sign, visible on the town's outskirts, welcoming visitors. The sign changes, not its existence, but its specific content, the message it displays, the condition it's in, the details of what it says about the town. In different episodes, the sign presents Springfield differently sized population figures, different slogans, different levels of apparent civic pride. A sign is a community's first statement about itself, its most public-facing self-description, the thing it chooses to show outsiders before they see anything else. Springfield's sign doesn't hold a consistent message. It can't settle on what it wants to say about itself. This is, at its simplest, a production quirk. Details like population signs don't need to be consistent for the show to function. But within the show's internal logic, within the framework of all the theories we have been discussing tonight, a town that cannot decide what its own sign says is a town that cannot decide what it is. That has never fully resolved the question of its own identity. That presents a different face to every visitor, because it cannot agree internally on which face is the true one. Springfield doesn't know what it is. The sign is evidence of that, a small, easy-to-overlook detail that participates in the same indeterminacy that the geographic ambiguity participates in, that the floating timeline participates in, that the collective denial participates in. The town can't settle on a consistent description of itself, because a consistent description would require confronting things about itself that it has decided not to confront. 11. The last thing Homer said before the coma. In the episode where the vending machine fell on Homer, he had been in the hospital recovering from Bart's escalating April Fool's pranks when he spotted the machine across the room. He wanted a candy bar. He got up to reach for it. The last thing Homer did consciously as a fully awake person before the machine tipped forward and the coma began was reach for something he wanted. That is Homer Simpson in a single image, not reaching for something profound, not reaching for love or meaning or resolution, reaching for a candy bar in a hospital room because it was there and he was bored and he wanted it. And then the machine fell. Under the coma theory, that image is the last image Homer's conscious mind held before the simulation began. The vending machine, tilting. The hospital room, the candy bar he didn't get to reach. And then the dream, running on and on and on, building worlds from the fragments of a life that was interrupted by something as mundane and as absurd as a vending machine in a hospital corridor. Homer Simpson, who has traveled to space and met God and solved world crises and survived everything Springfield has thrown at him, was undone by a snack machine. The show knew what it was doing when it wrote that scene. It always knows what it's doing. Springfield is the most seriously silly place in television history. It has been, for 36 years, the repository of everything the culture needed to hide somewhere it could visit without fully confronting. The darkness, the grief, the contamination, the institutional failure, the love that sustains people through conditions that should break them. All of it, every week, disguised as jokes about a yellow cartoon family. Bart is still 10. The lights are still on. And if Homer is dreaming, if the coma is still running, somewhere in a hospital room in Springfield that exists everywhere and nowhere, then the candy bar is still there, on the other side of the vending machine, waiting for him. He was so close. There is one thing about Springfield that no theory fully explains, and it is the most important thing. We keep coming back. After 36 years, after nearly 800 episodes, after all the seasons people declared the show had lost its way, after all the times the loop should have broken under its own accumulated weight, we keep coming back to that house on Evergreen Terrace. To the couch, to the family, to the town that exists everywhere and nowhere. Contaminated and dreamed and denied and impossible, glowing faintly at the edge of the map. The theories are the reason why. Because Springfield, for the people who love it deeply enough to theorize about it, is not just a show, it is a place. A real place in the specific way that the places we carry in memory are real. Not geographically locatable, not physically visitable, but entirely and completely present whenever we need them to be. Springfield is there when we need a place to put our thoughts about power and family and time and love and loss. It is there when we need a language for things that do not have easy languages. It is there, the way the places that shaped us are always there, in the space between the ordinary world and the one we carry inside it. That is what Springfield is. That is what it has always been. And that is why, after all of this, After 4 hours of going deeper into it than almost anyone goes, we leave it the way we always leave it. Not finished with it, not done with it, not having resolved the questions that make it interesting. Just quieter. Just more certain that the questions are the right ones. Just ready to come back next time and look a little more carefully and find something else hiding in the background that was always there and that we simply hadn't noticed yet. The loop runs on. Sleep well.